institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sadaqah at the national level. Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates 34 provincial Basnas, 464 regency and city-level Basnas, 91 Amil Zakat institution, and 140 zakat collecting units in various agencies. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2015 every year since 2004, audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2003, the award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from BNPB, the International Award of the Success in Realizing the SDGs of Global Good Governance in 2021, Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to aid Asnaf, and is summarized into 5 main sectors: social, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provided various payment channels through the counter, mini market, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
Welcome to Rumah Zakat. We are the philanthropic organization that manages zakat, infak, sadaqah, waqf, and other humanitarian funds through a series of integrated programs in the fields of education, health, economic, and the environment, to bring happiness to people in need. Together with you, we are working to build the village economy through the Empowerment Village program and also to help those affected by disasters through a series of humanitarian actions. With the spirit of world digital philanthropy, Rumah Zakat strives to expand its benefits so that more will be helped both in Indonesia and in the world. Thank you for being part of Rumah Zakat Big Family. We hope to continue this collaboration for happiness together.
Ucapan saya kepada pengawal zakat selama di sana, saya mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih dan terima kasih sangat-sangat kerana terus-menerus untuk membayar zakat di sana dan juga membantu pelajar-pelajar asnaf dan juga keluarga-keluarga yang fakir miskin di luar sana. Terima kasih.
Kepada pembayar zakat Selangor, saya ucapkan terima kasih juga kerana hasil duit diorang ni saya boleh berdikari sendirilah. InsyaAllah saya akan jadi pembayar zakat.
Terima kasih atas dorongan, sokongan yang dibagi pada keluarga saya.
Saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih yang teramat sangat dan terima kasih juga pada yang menguruskan, yang membantu saya dalam permohonan bantuan zakat. Terima kasih sangat-sangat.
Menjadi lebih mudah dan juara. Dia pakai Postpay, platform digital keuangan dari PT Pos Indonesia. Bikin transaksi keuangan kamu lebih mudah, nyaman, dan gak pakai ribet. Banyak banget layanan keuangan digital yang dapat dinikmati. Mulai dari transaksi berbagai macam tagihan, transaksi QRIS, transfer dana rekening giro pos, hingga 50 juta per hari, juga kirim wesel pos ke penerima yang gak punya rekening bank. Postpay dapat membantu nasabah untuk mendirikan bisnis dan pos mandiri berupa Postpay Agen. Postpay juga menjangkau layanan kebutuhan para pekerja migran Indonesia untuk melakukan transaksi keuangan dari luar negeri loh. Postpay adalah solusi bagi pelaku bisnis konvensional dan syariah, wirausaha milenial sampai UMKM. Jangan khawatir, bagi masyarakat yang tidak memiliki rekening bank, dengan Postpay, kamu bisa bertransaksi seperti layanan perbankan. Postpay, emang paling menentukan.
Lahir di negeri yang kaya alam dan budayanya, menciptakan fundamental kuat bagi Bank Syariah Indonesia, selalu berperan aktif dalam pesatnya pembangunan dan bertumbuhnya ekonomi dengan berbagai inovasi produk dan layanannya yang ramah. Membangun Indonesia, membangun manusia. Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Indonesia is a fascinating nation. Reserve a right for high hopes and greater future. From big dreams to begin with, we present our devotion for the nation. Paragon Technology and Innovation. One of the largest cosmetics companies since 1985 until today. Paragon has launched Wardah Makeover, Amina. Upon His blessings, we will keep on growing. Paragon Technology and Innovation has 20 hectares factory plant that divided into 7 areas. Establishes 32 distribution centers across Indonesia and Malaysia. We are collaborating with 11,000 passionate employees. We welcome the future by committing as the best practice company and create high quality product that gives added value for Paragonian, business partners, society, and environment. We are just a group of ordinary people with an extraordinary passion.
Kalau semua nilai-nilai itu konsisten dilakukan dan ditambah pertolongan Allah SWT, insya Allah kita akan sukses.
We innovate endlessly and encourage personal development.
Inovasi tiada henti dan perkembangan manusia berjalan beriringan. Bagaikan nafas, jika berhenti, maka akan mati. Paragon akan terus mengembangkan talentnya. Jika mereka berkembang, maka kami akan juga berkembang.
We are expanding to get bigger and better.
Perkembangan perusahaan yang pesat sangat bergantung kecepatan menangkap tren, dan brand Paragon hadir dengan modernitas yang menjawab kebutuhan konsumen.
We accomplish numerous challenges together. We have grown 16 times since 2010. We are the market leader in Indonesian cosmetics industry for makeup category. Our products are being sold 5 pieces in every second. We have been awarded on 15 categories of Top Brand Award. Halal Top Brand, Indonesian Best Brand Award, and Asia's 25 Most Influential Women in Entrepreneurship by Forbes magazine. We contributed to the nation based on 4 pillars. The first pillar is education, such as Paragon scholarships, training for teachers through Wardah, inspiring teachers, and good leader, good teacher. The second pillar is health, by supporting many programs such as YKI, YKPI, and WeCare.id. The third pillar is environment. One of them is providing clean water in Wairinding, Sumba. The fourth pillar is women empowerment through Wardah, inspiring movement program. As we praise our gratefulness to God Almighty, we strengthen our heart, be passionate, and keep on dreaming for a greater Indonesia. Paragon Technology and Innovation.
Ketika hidup memberi begitu banyak pilihan, saatnya buka mata dan pilih yang terbaik untuk kita. Pilihan yang terus menciptakan banyak manfaat dan dibangun dari kejujuran, pilihan yang mengerti semua kebutuhan agar kita tak salah ambil langkah. Dimulai dari berbagi menuai sejuta kebaikan. Saatnya memilih yang lebih baik.
Kami hadir memberikan layanan perbankan sesuai dengan prinsip syariat untuk Anda. Senantiasa menjaga integritas dan profesional dalam mendorong pertumbuhan perekonomian daerah. Bank BJB Syariah. Salam maslahah.
Didirikan pada tahun 2010 dengan berkantor pusat di Jalan Braga nomor 135 Bandung. Bank BJB Syariah merupakan bank pembangunan daerah pertama yang melakukan spin-off menjadi Bank Umum Syariah dari Unit Usaha Syariah PT Bank Pembangunan Daerah Jawa Barat dan Banten. Dengan visi menjadi 5 bank syariah terbesar di Indonesia dengan kinerja yang baik dan menjadi solusi keuangan pilihan masyarakat, didukung dengan misi memberi layanan perbankan syariah yang berkualitas prima. Melalui kemudahan akses, inovasi produk dan sumber daya insani yang profesional, serta nilai tambah yang optimal bagi stakeholder. Dalam mendorong pertumbuhan perekonomian di daerah, terutama usaha kecil dan menengah. Dengan inovasi produk yang berkesinambungan dan berbagai layanan yang bekerja sama dengan Bank BJB selaku induk perusahaan, telah kami hadirkan untuk menunjang kebutuhan masyarakat Jawa Barat, DKI Jakarta, dan Banten. Seperti layanan call center 24 jam, kantor cabang, payment point, gerai syariah, serta jaringan ATM di wilayah DKI Jakarta, Banten, dan Jawa Barat. Adapun produk dan layanan penghimpunan dana yang kami sediakan antara lain Giro IB Maslahah, Tabungan IB Maslahah, Tabungan Haji IB Maslahah, Deposito IB Maslahah. Turut serta membangun generasi bangsa juga tujuan utama kami. Dengan adanya tabungan anak IB Maslahah dan simpanan pelajar atau Simple IB Maslahah. Bagi mereka yang membutuhkan modal membangun usaha, kami menyediakan produk pembiayaan produktif seperti investasi dan modal kerja. Dan untuk kebutuhan konsumtif sehari-hari, ada pembiayaan rumah, pembiayaan kendaraan bermotor, pembiayaan beragun emas, serta pembiayaan serbaguna. Demi memenuhi kebutuhan perbankan bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat, kami terus meningkatkan pelayanan perbankan syariah yang komprehensif, mulai dari layanan PPOB atau Payment Point Online Bank, layanan produk jemput maslahah, layanan pembayaran tagihan listrik dan telepon, layanan clearing atau SKN, hingga surat referensi dan dukungan bank. Bank BJB Syariah senantiasa memberikan layanan sepenuh hati bagi para nasabah. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan penghargaan yang telah diraih. Atas pencapaian tersebut, kami juga tidak lupa untuk menjalankan tanggung jawab sosial kepada masyarakat. Oleh karena itu, kami akan terus memperluas jaringan yang maslahah dan amanah hingga sudut negeri. Sehingga di masa mendatang, dukungan dari kami akan mampu menjadi bagian dalam memperkokoh ekonomi bangsa. Bank BJB Syariah, Mitra Amanah, Usaha Maslahah.
Since 2007, World Zakat Forum, a place for every person in the world to collaborate to achieve social welfare through zakat. With 14 member states. And this year, we are back. Integration of zakat and waqf in alleviating poverty and increasing social welfare. Innovation of Zakat and Waqf program for economic recovery. Global benchmark for Zakat and Waqf operation. The future direction of World Zakat and Waqf Forum threatening global cooperation among member countries. World Zakat Forum 10th International Conference 2020, strengthening Zakat and Waqf synergy in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To His Excellency, the Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum, Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur. To the Honorable Deputy Secretary Generals of the World Zakat Forum. To the Honorable Director of Sharia Finance of Bank Indonesia, Ibu Ita Rulina. To the Honorable His Excellency Secretary General of IIFA, His Excellency Professor Dato Dr. Kutub Mustafa Sano, and to all the distinguished speakers and invited guests of the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. Welcome back to the second day of the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference 2021. Alhamdulillah, praises to Allah for granting us once again the opportunity to gather here today for this event. For those who did not join during the first day, I'd like to introduce myself once again. My name is Arwafila Dita Sokta, and I will be serving as the Master of Ceremony for the event. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was the first day of the World Zakat Forum 10th International Conference. To summarize yesterday's events, we listened to several speeches from the Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum, the Business Chairman, and representatives from the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Finance of Indonesia. The event was officially opened by His Excellency the Vice President of Indonesia. We also held the first and second plenary sessions of the conference during the first day of the event. Now, before starting the event, I would like to read the agenda for today. After the opening, we will listen to 2 keynote speeches, which will be followed by the third plenary session. After the third plenary session, we will listen to an announcement of the World Zakat Forum. Then, this will be followed by the fourth plenary session, and finally, the reading of the World Zakat Forum resolution. After the resolution, we will close the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the event, I would like to inform that this event was organized by the World Zakat Forum, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional or Basnas, Badan Waqf Indonesia, Pusat Pungutan Zakat, Lembaga Zakat Selangor, and Rumah Zakat. This event is also supported by PT Pos Indonesia, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Paragon Group, CIMB Niaga Syariah, and Bank BJB Syariah. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to our first agenda, which is a keynote speech from the Director of Syariah Finance of Bank Indonesia. To Ibu Ita Rulina, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Secretary General of World Zakat Forum, Bapak Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, the Honorable Director, Deputy Secretary Generals of World Zakat Forum, Secretary General of IIFA, His Excellency Professor Dato Dr. Kutub Mustafa Sano, and also the distinguished speakers and invited guests of the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference of Zakat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Firstly, let us praise and give thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessings and mercy. It is by His grace that we can gather in this program today in good health. May peace and blessings always be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us out of the dark ages and into the light. It is an honor and pleasure for me to speak at this event. I would like to thank the Committee of World Zakat Forum for invitation and providing excellent support to the development of Islamic economic and finance, especially in Islamic social finance sector. Against the backdrop of an increasingly challenging global environment due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this forum will discuss strengthening zakat and waqf synergy in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery as a strategic way to increase our understanding of the development of Islamic social finance in supporting national economic recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 outbreak has induced an unprecedented significant setback to international economic development and the global financial markets. As part of the international economic and global financial market ecosystem, The Islamic economy and finance have also been affected by the pandemic. The Islamic economy prioritizes balance, togetherness, fairness, and welfare. It is oriented towards the public interest to increase productivity, income equality, and real sector development. Contrary to the mainstream system, the Islamic financial system does not only concern commercial aspects, but also focuses on social aspects to achieve the ultimate objective of Islamic finance, namely falah, well-being in this world and hereafter. In addition to commercial instruments, Islamic economics has social financial instruments, including zakat, infaq, alms, and waqf. Islamic social finance functions to distribute resources to empower Muslims, alleviate poverty, reduce income inequality, and improve the people's welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, as an instrument of Islamic social finance, the sustainable significant contribution of Waqf has been evident from the time of Rasulullah to the present day. As the country with the biggest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia has enormous zakat, Waqf asset, and cash Waqf potential to advance the Waqf sector, totaling 327 trillion rupiah, 2,000 trillion rupiah, and 180 trillion rupiah, respectively. Through effective and innovative management, productive programs using these particular instruments will increase efficiency, accelerate economic development, and improve people's welfare. The role of zakah and waqf as part of Islamic economic and finance is essential in the new normal era, and its unique position to help restore and build the confidence of the economic development is one of the many contributions that Islamic economic and finance could give. Zakah and Waqf have a strong potential to help the government in ensuring socio-economic well-being, particularly by offering services to the society. This potential could be further developed with integration between Islamic social finance and commercial finance, as it gives more flexibility to initiate and develop effective social finance ecosystems. Integrating Islamic commercial and social finance in Islamic financial institution can be highly crucial to safeguard the whole financial system stability by maximizing the role of zakah and waqf in achieving the micro and macroeconomic objective. Moreover, the use of digital technology in the financial sector has brought many benefits in terms of collecting funds in the Islamic social finance sectors, as well as enabling cross-border financial flows and providing further opportunities for zakah and waqf from abroad. A well-organized waqf system supported by information technology and compatible with other programs can be expected to serve as an additional vehicle of fund mobilization to support and significantly contribute to economic development programs, particularly towards programs for poverty reduction and comprehensive human development. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, one of the key of Islamic economic development is to build a complete and integrated ecosystem through the collaboration between Islamic commercial finance and social finance, among others. Bank Indonesia constantly supports Islamic economy and finance development, including ecosystem development, integration, and cooperation between the authorities. As prescribed in the Islamic Economy and Finance Development Blueprint formulated by Bank Indonesia, Islamic social finance is one of the focuses of the Islamic financial market deepening pillar, under which Bank Indonesia strives to develop Islamic social finance by strengthening the instruments and infrastructure, expanding the investor base, and strengthening the regulatory landscape. Therefore, Islamic commercial and social finance will be integrated to increase the contribution of Islamic financing through financial market deepening to optimize economic growth. Integration between the Islamic commercial, financial, and social finance is expected not only to diversify the instruments, but also increase financial inclusion and socio-economic prosperity, as well as bolster financial system stability. One initiative of Islamic commercial and social finance integration is the first series SW001 of Cash Waqf Link Sukuk issued by the government of Indonesia on 10 March 2020. This instrument emerged through a spirit of cooperation between authorities, namely the Indonesia Waqf Board, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Bank Indonesia, and other stakeholders to advance the Waqf sector in Indonesia. The Cash Waqf Link Sukuk scheme integrates the financial sector, both commercial and social, with the real sector. The proceedings of Cash Waqf Link Sukuk were used to build healthcare facilities at the Ahmad Wardi Eye Hospital in Serang, Banten, Indonesia, to benefit of local communities and beyond. The first series of Cash Waqf Link Sukuk represents a seminal moment of national Waqf sector development, the success of which has created innovative opportunities through more progressive Waqf instruments. The development of Ahmad Wardi Eye Hospital is an exemplary model of cash Waqf management and could potentially be recreated in other regions. The launch of Cash Waqf Link Sukuk instruments is a monumental achievement for Islamic social finance development. Cash Waqf Link Sukuk is an innovative Waqf instrument that integrates three major sectors, namely Islamic commercial finance, the fiscal sector, and Islamic social finance. The distribution and utilization mechanisms of Cash Waqf Link Sukuk also ensure a level of good governance. The successful launch of Cash Waqf Link Sukuk has opened the opportunity for more innovative and progressive programs. The use of digital technology should be prioritized in further Waqf model development due to its potential to increase transparency and accountability, which will ultimately raise public confidence and trust in the instrument. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum aims to bring together leading members of the authorities, practitioners, academics, and communities to discuss the recent development of Islamic social finance-based instrument that involves with commercial finance instrument by looking at a successful business model. I hope this forum will benefit the development of Islamic social finance, particularly facing the new normal era, by looking for the prospective business model in supporting the economic development. I believe that a strong collaboration among stakeholders is beneficial to sustain the development of Islamic social finance, supporting economic recovery. The successful of Islamic social finance model will foster inclusive, balanced, and equitable economic growth by combining the advantages of both systems to strengthen Islamic financial market deepening and as an alternative source of economic growth, inshallah. On that final note, let me end my remarks here. To all speakers and participants who are attending this seminar, despite virtually, on behalf of Bank Indonesia, I would like to extend appreciation for your contributions. I am confident that in the end of this forum, we will gain knowledge of high value. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
الإسلامية. وقد راجع فريق المراجعة الشرعية الداخلية الوثيقة ولم يجد فيها قضايا شرعية عدا مسألتين طفيفتين في البند 24 المتعلق بالتحوط والبند 90 المتعلق بالتوسع في أدوات إعادة الشراء. واقترح مع فريق المشروع تعديلين.
ألو. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The Honorable the Secretary General of this International Fund for Islamic for Zakat Fund, and all the participants and academicians or technicians or practitioners, allow me to greet you with the Islamic greeting, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm honored to be invited to take part in this wonderful and very, very relevant forum at this junction of the time. Let me start it by praying the Almighty to accept our beloved one who have left us during this trial moment because of the COVID-19. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all of them among the martyrs and those people who are sick, they are already sick in the hospitals. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cure them and help them to get out from this. And may He, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, protect all of us against this disease and allow the humanity to go back to the normal as we were before 2019. Brothers and sisters, I would like to congratulate you on behalf of International Islamic Fiqh Academy for choosing this very important topic, which is known for Muslims to be one of the pillars of Islam. We have 5 pillars of Islam. One of those pillars, the third one is Zakat. Shahadat an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, iqamat as-salat, wa ita'i zakat. You may note that in the Quran, whenever there is a statement about the salat, zakat will come along. This is to show you, to show all of us how it's very important and pertinent and very relevant for Muslims to observe and to practice whenever the conditions and requirements he or she fulfill it. I won't go very much into details on some of the theoretical part. I will just stick on the topic as it has been correctly and nicely and wonderfully chosen by the organizing committee. What do we expect from the Zakat after all of this financial collapse that the Muslims and non-Muslims, the whole humanity has gone through because of COVID? There is no doubt that COVID had run so many people become poor, and so many companies, they lost the profits, and so many rich people, they tend to become poor. It could happen sooner or later. What we should do, are we expecting Zakat to play a role post of this COVID? Definitely, for sure. Zakat indeed is one of the key that could be utilized, as the speaker before me has spoken about Islamic social finance, and then Zakat would come as one of the wonderful and very, very efficient tool could be used or could be utilized to go against all the impact of this COVID on the Muslims and non-Muslims and the life, on the economic life at large. How to do so? You may put that question. I am type of person, I believe in practicality. I believe in this dynamism, and I want to be pragmatic. Muslims believe in pragmatism, not because of anything, because we do not know what is going to happen tomorrow. And that one, we shouldn't be that much busy about it because it's not in our hand. The pragmatism wants us to know what could do know now. We have faced with COVID, we couldn't do anything, it became a past. And then what we have in our is still relevant for Muslims to go to Zakat, and Zakat could be a tool for Muslims to solve the problem caused by COVID. I would say here, Zakat has 2 main issues, 2 main factors, 2 main elements that if you go through them, we'll find the importance and the necessity of Zakat after this corona. The first thing is about the collect. We do call it a jibaya. Zakat is known to be, as I said, a pillar of Islam. But how many Muslims today in the world, how many of this 1.5 billion Muslims are paying this Zakat? Some people are not paying because they do not know that they have reached, their richness has reached the level that they have to pay Zakat. Some people, they know that they have to pay, but they do not want to pay. So therefore, we have 2 types of people before us. When you come to talk, the collect is the element that post-COVID, we have to work on it. and then we have to dynamize it, and then we have to make sure that they become more dynamic, more efficient, more relevant, and more progressive. That one they collect. The second is about the distribution. But before getting to the distribution, let us stay in this with the collect. The collect of zakat has been seen to be a fard ain for Muslims leader. Has to be done through the channels, through the institutions that will have to identify the people who have reached the level of paying the zakat. They became the zakat giver. The collect will have to do with awareness that the Muslim scholars will have to work on it. They will have to inform Muslims and brothers and sisters when and how they have to pay zakat. Once the collect will not take place, except our scholars have done their job, telling the people who have this obligations upon them to pay zakat that they have reached the level of paying zakat. So the collect, we need to digitalize it. We need to systemize it. We need to work hard on it. We need to make it short and simple and easy for Muslims to understand when they have to pay zakat. Unless it is clear in their minds to the people that their wealth has reached a level that they have to pay zakat, we will not be expecting that today that the zakat is being collected properly. In the market, it is expected that the Muslims, if everybody is paying zakat, those people who are obliged to pay zakat, then you have in your hand more than $600 billion that is supposed to be collected throughout the year for Muslims alone. So when the collect is not well done, when it's not done properly, when people are not clearly informed about it, then we cannot strengthen the role of the zakat in the society. It is an obligation, but not obligation upon every Muslim, but it is an obligation upon every single Muslim who has reached, whose wealth has reached a certain level, which is known to us to be 84. The value of 82 grams of gold. If today you turn it, somebody wants to buy, and the wealth has reached this is 82, the price of the 82, and then your income during the whole year, you can reach that one, then do not be waiting for, say, I have to have this one in hand to pay zakat. So creating awareness is one of the ways that Muslims will have to work on it. And that is at the scholars level. The scholars will have to use the easy way to explain to the Muslims when and how they have to pay zakat. The second thing, which is related to the collect institutionalization of it. We do not want individuals to allow themselves to go to collect the zakat from the people. Today, we do not trust that what the zakat will be in the right hands or will not be in the right hand. Therefore, we are grateful and thankful to Indonesia that we have established such kind of institutions which will have to take care of the zakat. We have to institutionalize zakat. Has to be done. Since we are living in most of the Muslim countries today, they are known to be the secular country, then they cannot go for the state being involved. But the state could organize and could make sure that the zakat is well administrated and well organized and well collected and well distributed. So institutionalization will have to come with the collect. So meaning we will have to know those institutions which are in charge to collect the zakat from the people who are willing to pay this zakat. The third thing which we come to this institutionalization, the utilization of the new technology. I would believe and call upon Muslims, brothers and sisters, all the practitioners, all the scholars, that they have to call upon Muslims to make use of this gift of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is a gift that we have fintech, we have IT, we have social media, we have all of the things. We have to make use of them to create awareness and to collect the zakat. Today, you could create where we have today the ways how to people allow the people who are not willing to come to the institution, but they can pay their zakat through these institutions. When the collect is well done, you may know that the distribution will follow. The distribution, meaning to say, should have to be well organized too, and has to be efficient and have to be relevant. The distribution does not mean that people will be staying away without checking upon those people who are real recipients. Because zakat is not like sadaqah. Sadaqah you can give away to anybody, but zakat is not to be given to anybody. Zakat has the recipients. They are known to be 7+1. They are the recipient. They are 8, but one among the 8, we have one, we call them the administrator. So that's why I'm coming to this topic to tell you how it's been important that Islam has given this importance to the collect and distribution. Because the collectors and the distributors, they have their part in the zakat. إنما الصدقات للفقراء والمساكين والعاملين عليها. والعاملين عليها, those people who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have entrusted them to be, either they are collectors or they are distributors, they will have their portion among those 8 people are known to be. Why Islam wants them to be there? Because without the proper collection, without the proper distribution, then the zakat will not have any impact on the people's life. So today, post-corona, we call upon all Muslims, brothers and sisters, when we have already institutionalized, when we have made it, the collective become to be known, and the Muslims who are allowed to pay and who are obliged to pay, I'm not going to say allowed, but because zakat is an obligation, then they will have to check on those people who are the recipient. There are 8, minus collectors, minus distributors, and then they will have to know who is the fakir and who is miskin. Over here, you will have to go back to the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance will tell you the data, the definition of the poor in Indonesian context, the definition of the poor in Singaporean context, the definition of poor in Guinean context, in any other context. You should not generalize. Do not say the poor are just like somebody can claim himself to be he or she to be poor, but that one you don't need to go. So digitalization and this making use of this, the resources, the new resources today will allow us that the Minister of Finance to be involved, where we will have to check on the people who are entitled to be miskin, who are entitled to be, who are qualified to be poor, and then you will have to have religious institutions who will come to the mu'allafat qulubuhum, that when, and the state itself could be involved when it comes to the remaining 4 or 5, the remaining 5 of recipients of zakat. So brothers and sisters, the zakat giver, we do call them, they must know this portion of the wealth in their wealth is not belong to them. It is belong to the poor. That's why Islam wanted the state to be involved, because once the money is in the hands of the rich people who are not willing to give away to the poor people, meaning these rich people are hijacking a portion of the money that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has entrusted them and wanted them to move it and give it to the recipient. So that the state will come in and try to take it from them, because as it is today, you went to a place, you went to the president of Indonesia, he gave you 1 million rupiah. I say, okay, 800 for you, 800,000 for you, and 200 you should give it to Mr. Brother Rushdie, or you give it to Brother Mazlan. And then that guy, who is not trustworthy person, instead of giving away the 200 which have been destinated, which have been asked to be given to the Rushdie, he kept it with him. So the state will have to come and get it back from him. That's why in الذين يكنزون الذهب والفضة ولا ينفقونها في سبيل الله, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has warned those people who are depriving the poor, depriving the recipient of zakat from getting their things. يوم يحمى عليها في نار جهنم تقوى بها جباههم ووجوههم. Those days, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah will take this portion of the wealth, and then you will be iron with this one in the hellfire. So therefore, brothers and sisters, is very important for Muslims today. As Corona has come to our place now, we shouldn't be desperate. We shouldn't give up. We shouldn't be thinking that it is the end of the life. It is a trial, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is a test from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But Allah wants us to give up. Allah to stand up. Allah wants us to stand up. He does not want us to give up at all. He wants us to be stronger. He wants us to come out from this crisis, this disease, stronger than ever before. Zakat institution would be and will have, it has to be and must be stronger than ever before. Today they will have to be efficient, and they will have to be very, very progressive when you come to the collect and try to go to get it. They have to be at the same time very, very efficient and dynamic when you come to the distribution of zakat, in order to enable the people to get the beneficent or the recipient of zakat to get benefit of it. Lastly, brothers and sisters, I'm not going to take that much of your time, because I know you have many speakers, good speakers, who might be highlighting so many things about this. We want the forum to work harder to make the booklet, the brochures, to simplify, to make it known to the people. Go to the scholars, to the Majlis Ulama Indonesia, to go to get the learned in the academic, in the universities, and try to get them facilitating in Bahasa Indonesia, that they can, everybody will be able to get to understand that the zakat. Because once the people are giving away zakat, believe me, you won't have the poor, the number of the poor will decrease, will go down for sure. More you having the rich people, at the same time you are having more poor people, that means something is wrong. The rich are not giving away that they have been asked, they have been entrusted to give it to the poor. That's why, today if you leave the people with the taxes, so many people will not be willing to pay. But the state will have to be there to make sure that everybody, he or she, will have to pay his or her taxes. We are telling the same thing for Muslims, brothers and sisters, that today you don't have a state who will be going to bring you to before the jurisdictions, before the police station, before all of these things, punishment. But do remember that you have who own the states, who own all the power. You have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who could see you and who will meet you tomorrow, and who will ask you tomorrow, when you are no longer in this life, what did you do with the money that I gave you? And I did entrust you, and I did ask you to hand it over to somebody, but he did not do it. So you became a cheater. He became a cheater. Brothers and sisters, today our forum will have to deal with this one, the corona. Corona was some way, it has been very a very difficult time for all humanity, but we have learned a lot. We have learned that without the solidarity between the rich and the poor, nobody will enjoy his or her life. The life will become joyful when the wealth is shared. When the wealthy, the rich, share what his or her has as a wealth. That the solidarity we have seen today. You may close the door from people to come to your place. You could give the vaccines at your people, but if you don't give away, you don't allow people who don't have access to the vaccines, then you're not safe. Their safety will mainly depend on the safety of the whole. Your richness, your happiness, your joyness will always also depend on the happiness and joyness of the all. So make sure that the portion that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has asked you today, we make sure that this is being given away to the recipient of the zakat. There are 8 of them. 8 of them, if you do not know, it's not said in Islam as a giver of zakat, you must distribute it, but please have a trust in those institutions that are known to be efficient, are known to be trustworthy, are known to be today very progressive and dynamic. Get your zakat to them, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will increase your wealth. You may know that the zakat increases the wealth. It does not decrease as people think about it. No, it increases because it will be increased with the blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The quantity or the quantity that you may have, it may be very important for you, but the quality of that we do have. People may have billions in their hands, but it's not blessed. So you could have somebody with only thousands only in hand, he or she is enjoying, than the one who is not having this in their hand. So brothers and sisters, I would call upon you to dynamize and to strengthen and to strengthen and work harder to make sure to become more efficient when it comes to the collective zakat. Digitalize the zakat institution, digitalize the zakat collect, and digitalize the zakat distribution. Make sure that every single human being who has to pay zakat, he or she will have the proper information about his or her status when you come to the zakat. Muslims, brothers and sisters, I'm calling upon you all. I start by myself. I have to check with the scholars to get to know when I have to pay zakat, because the wealth in my hand is the wealth of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَأَتُوهُ مِنْ مَالِ اللَّهِ الَّذِي آتَاكُمْ. The wealth in our hands, it is in the wealth of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I should make sure that I don't use it against the wills of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I don't use it in the activities that could harm the other people, and make sure that the zakat is given away every single year. Your wealth will be. If you get they increase by being a blessing, it will increase. You will get the love of those brothers and sisters who are the recipient of zakat. They will pray for you. Their prayer, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will answer their prayer, and then your money, your wealth will grow, and as you never expected it to be. But believe me, if you keep all of these things in your hand and keep it with yourself without giving away, you have to leave them here one day. And when you leave them here one day, then you will have to face the trouble when you are no longer here. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, لن تزول قدم عبد يوم القيامة حتى يسأل عن أربع عن ماله من أين اكتسبه وفيما أنفقه. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as the Prophet said it, four things will be asked before we cross the bridge of Sirat. You know, Sirat is above the Jahannam. It is above the hellfire. So before we cross this bridge, we'll be asked 4 questions. Among those questions, there is a question which is related to the wealth. And malihi, the wealth, where did you get it? How did you get it? If it is clear that you get it in the right way, you were a businessman, you were an entrepreneur, you were a teacher, you were an academician, you were from whatever you were, then the second question next to that one, how did he or she spend it? Did he or she pay zakat? Did he or she give away the right of the brothers, the right of sisters, the right of family, the parents? Did he or she pay or whatever, all Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because Allah has entrusted it. So you will be asked about your age. How did you spend it this age? You will be asking about the youth time, how you were in your youth age, what you were doing. And then you will be asking about the knowledge that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala entrusted you. As we do today, we'll have to tell you, and it will have to be clear, and we shouldn't hide it. We shouldn't compromise about it, where we'll have to say it. And then the 4 will be the wealth that will be asked about it. So our scholars have these obligations because they also will be asked, have they explained properly to the citizens, to the people, when and how to pay the zakat? Have they made it easier to them to understand that the zakat is such an important tool? It is one of the pillars. You have the 5 pillars. Once one pillar is not longer there, then the house will collapse. And we do not want this thing to happen. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants Muslims to live together. So brothers and sisters, I'm calling upon your conference, your forum, and congratulating you that we should be thinking that it was a blessing, and it has to be for today for Muslims all over the places, that the dynamism is needed for the collective zakat. Dynamism is needed when it comes for the distribution of zakat. Efficiency is needed when it comes to the collective zakat. Efficiency is needed when it comes to the distribution of zakat. And progressiveness is needed, and then that when it comes to the institution of zakat. We want them to be relevant. We want them to be modern. We want them to be today and they live at the expectation of the people. Do not be seen when this institution of zakat is poorly managed, is poorly organized, even is poorly looked at. If you look at looking, we don't want to be poorly looking. We want it to be the most efficient, the most dynamic, the most relevant, the most progressive institutions in the Muslim place. So that one you will do it, and among your recommendations, Fiqh Academy is there. Will be for you, and be calling upon Muslims, brothers and sisters all over the world, that we want Indonesia to become the hub for the Islamic social finance. The most important tool of the Islamic social finance is the zakat. So when the institution zakat is well managed in the Muslim places, in the Muslim countries, in the Muslim communities, believe me, you will have less poor. Umar ibn Abdulaziz, we have in the history. History has proven to us when Umar ibn Abdulaziz became a Khalifa, and he had a very efficient system of collective zakat. And he had, in addition to a very efficient system of the distribution of zakat. A year, there was no poor, there was no recipient for the zakat. And then he has to bring it back to the Bayt al-Mal. So why would this happen? Is this possible to happen? Yes, it could happen. With proper management and very modernized and very digitalized and very relevant to the realities and relevant for the communities, we will give up, we will come out from this crisis caused by COVID-19. I pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to enable your forum, to enable all of the scholars, and to enable our institutions, the Zakat institutions, that will be there, that they enable them to come out and strengthen and take up there. I wouldn't talk because Zakat, Waqf was supposed to be there, but I would believe today there is a need to strengthen the concept of Zakat. Zakat, society has to be aware of all details of the Zakat, as we do have all the details about the Salat. Muslims knows how to do, what are the Salat Nawafil, how to do all the things. They know equally what to do with the fasting. They know definitely about the Hajj, the pilgrimage, but not that much about the Zakat. Even it is the third one. Even it is the third one. It comes before Saum, it comes even before Hajj. But let us have the same level of understanding, the same level of awareness about this, the importance of this tool. The corona should be used, should be for us a tool to strengthen this knowledge about Zakat. I will call upon our brothers and sisters, Prophet Irfan, those people who are experts in Islamic economy. He needs to strengthen the spirit of this Zakat in the Islamic universities, in the universities at large, showing that was one of the best mechanisms that the Muslims used to solve the problem. The state was even living dependent sometime on this, the wealth of Zakat. So the Zakat. I was telling some of my best friend last time, when you are creating the Ministry of Religious Affairs or Ministry of Awqaf or Ministry, I would believe to say Ministry of Zakat would be much better, much needed than the others, because the Zakat is an obligation. When you create it, you don't want to make discrimination. It's not compulsory upon non-Muslims. Definitely, it's not that one there. It is like a prayer. It is like a fasting. It's like Hajj. And then today you are having almost like 300 million Muslims, or at least 250 million Muslims. And then you're having 1.7 billion Muslims around the world. Believe me, the wealthy among us, I don't think it could be less than 500 million, or maybe it could go up to 1 billion itself. It may reach that level, those people who have today obligation upon them to pay zakat, but they do not know, or they don't want to pay. So there is a need to work harder to make sure how to convince them nicely, politely, wisely, to make sure that the zakat is in their interest, in the interest of their progenitor, the interest of their family, the interest even the hereafter. We are here for some years, and there will be a day where we'll go back. منها خلقناكم وفيها نعيدكم ومنها نخرجكم تارة أخرى. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us this trust. Let us make sure that we will be at the level of the expectation, at the level of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala instructions. I thank you again and again, and I welcome you to the Islamic Fiqh Academy at any time, at any moment. Please feel free. We are willing to communicate. We are willing to work with the forum. We are willing to bring forward your concerns, your questions, your suggestions, that we are willing to make sure to work hand in hand to make sure that Indonesia will become a hub for the Islamic social finance. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all, and may He forgive us for any mistake that we have done. I thank you. God bless you. Wal ilmu indallah.
Thank you, His Excellency Professor Dato Dr. Kutub Mustafa Sano, for your keynote speech. We will now move on to the third plenary session of the conference. This session will be discussing the topic of global benchmarks for Zakat and Waqf operations. This session will be moderated by Dr. Henry Tanjung. Before starting the third plenary session, we would like to kindly request for all the delegations of the World Zakat Forum member countries to attend the annual meeting, while the remaining participants will stay in the Zoom platform to continue our program in the third plenary session. Now, without further ado, Dr. Henry Tanjung, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to this session. In this occasion, we would like to have some presentations about a global benchmark for Zakat and Waqf operations from different countries. Questions can be written in the chat when you are listening to the speakers. So when you have an idea to ask a question, please write down in the chat. No need to ask questions after all speakers talk. Just right after you have a question, please write it down in the chat. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begin, allow me to introduce the speakers. They are Mr. Muhammad Majid Bakir, Director Standards Development AOIV, on the topic Accounting Standard for Zakat and Waqf Operations. Second, Dr. Abidin Adeyemi Adewale, Head of Research and Publications of IFSB, on the topic Developing Integrated Ecosystem between Islamic Commercial and Islamic Social Finance. The third one is Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan from New Orleans University, and the fourth is Puan Azwa Danise, Head of Human Resource Division Lembaga Zakat Selangor, Malaysia. So those are four great speakers for the first session. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the first speaker to deliver the presentation on topic Accounting Standard for Zakat and Waqf Operations. Let me introduce Mr. Bakir. Complete name is Muhammad Majid Bakir, Director Standards Development, Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions, Kingdom of Bahrain. He has over 18 years of work experience in the areas of central banking, finance, Islamic finance, and standard setting. He holds a Master of Science degree in finance from the Paul University and Fellowship of Certified Islamic Professional Accountant. He has many published work, books and articles on investment, finance and Islamic finance, and many other translated works on economy, precious metals and currencies, among others. All right, the floor is yours, Mr. Muhammad Majid Bakir.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam.
May I share my presentation, Mr. Chairman?
Please, please.
Is it visible on the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wa salatu wa salamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum and a very good morning or very good evening, wherever you are. I'm pleased and glad to be here among you. We really appreciate the invitation extended by the World Zakat Forum to AYOFI. I'm here to present AYOFI in this key international conference on Zakat and Waqf and other social
Doctor, it seems
social
like your
finance
screen is not showing
tools
anything.
and instruments. I'm just trying to
Doctor, it
show
seems like
my
your screen
presentation. Is
there's
it
an
all
error.
clear?
The presentation is not shown yet in the Zoom meeting.
I feel it's stuck. I cannot move it.
It seems there's a technical
Can you see it
problem.
now?
Would you like the
No,
colleague
no.
to help to share the presentation?
I shared it already, but it's stuck on screen. I don't know what's the problem. Is it from my end or your end?
You can send to me directly by the chat.
I think it's already shared. It's already shared. I'll try just to rejoin. I beg your pardon because this is like a technical glitch. I don't know what happened. Is it on my screen, but it cannot be? It is not visible. It's not visible on your screens.
Any problem with your computer?
I think there is a problem. Can I just try to rejoin, please? If there is another speaker who can just proceed me. Yeah, please. I've tried to rejoin. I tried to reconnect.
Okay, I
Okay,
can go.
give me
I
5
can go
minutes.
first.
Give
The
me 5
colleague is
minutes,
allowing
please.
Dr. Rizwan to share the screen.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, now it shows.
It's okay now?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sharing it.
Yeah, so I cannot control it from my end anyway.
Whatever I'm here, so I'll share it from my end. So you just let me know.
Okay, so please, if you can just run the show, please. So my presentation will be I try to be concise and precise. The main areas that we are going to touch on this morning is the role of the financial industry in economic development and in the post-COVID era. Key IoT standards that tackles and handles these very important social finance tools and elements. I'm gonna also shed light on specific standards that IOFI has so far developed on relevant areas, including Zakat and Waqf. And also, in the last place, I'll try to also shed light on the way forward from our perspective. Please, next slide. So the role of financial industry in economic development and the post-COVID revival. Here, mainly we think that for that particular purpose, we have to tackle the problem from or two different fronts. The first is integrating commercial finance themes with social finance. And the second is about promoting Islamic social finance tools into mainstream finance. In our view, we think that this can be possible, starting with these very important initiatives that have been ongoing worldwide, like responsible and sustainable finance, the social development goals, the value-based intermediation, and the impact investing. We think that this is like the starting point for such or for any possible improvement and development in this area. But this is not the entire story. We think that we have to dig deeper into promoting Islamic social finance tools like Waqf, like Zakat, like Islamic microfinance and Islamic crowdfunding, and other Islamic fintech solutions. So in this particular area, please next slide. we are posing a very important question: how Islamic finance can help helping the efforts of development and revival in the COVID-19 in the post-COVID-19 era. All of us has witnessed that the major impact that has been inflicted on the world economy, and Islamic finance and Islamic banking was not spared, as all of us know. In our review, we think that we can tackle this very important question from different angles. First of all, in trying to deploy finance to serve the real economy, this is in line with the general theme of Islamic finance. We believe. We also think that also adopting risk sharing modes of finance is also very important, and this is again one of the basic themes that we have or that were embedded in IOFI standards, in Islamic finance at large, and this constitutes a very basic element that we all the time we focus on, and we try to take forward in whatever we develop of standards, of pronouncements for Islamic finance and Islamic banking worldwide. The third element is to support infrastructure development, and the fourth is efforts that have been or shall be extended to promote profit and loss sharing, to structure and equity partnerships, which is again one of the basic themes in Islamic finance in general and in IOFI standards in particular. In terms of deploying finance to serve the real economy, we think that finance has to be injected in the real economy, and it has to also cater to the needy sectors. Focus shall be also placed on medium to small enterprises. This constitutes again a very important sector of the economy, and we have also to try to our best to cater to this very important, very viable sector of the economy, which has been, we think, which has been neglected for years and years. Focus shall also be placed again, and emphasis shall be given to agri-finance as part of the efforts extended to revive the broader economy. So it's not only about finance. We think it's about the real economy. It's about agriculture. It's about all these very viable economic sectors in the economy. So Islamic finance strives to establish a link between the financial sphere and the real economy, and this is again one of the factors that we place a great emphasis on towards reaching the goals the goals that we intend to achieve through these very important tools of Islamic finance that we have at hand. In the second area that we think we have to extend particular efforts is supporting infrastructure development by providing natural support for infrastructure and project finance, both public and private sectors. I think there is a problem with the slides, brother Rizwan. I think they are like still blinking in and out. Okay. Previous slide, please. I have not. I have not finished this slide. The third area is in our striving to adopt the risk-sharing models of finance through promoting entrepreneurship, the real entrepreneurship in the economy, and this may have a very important byproduct represented in reducing unemployment and serving the economic needs at large. The fourth element here is our efforts to promote profit and loss sharing through having a balanced risk appetite and absorption capacity enhancement for the real sector, and a better economic development, which again is one of the key byproducts of the entire process. So this is all in all, this is our view, our answer to this very important question: how Islamic finance can help in economic development and revival in this in the post COVID era, which we are now about to usher in and about to, inshallah, move forward towards trying to reposition our economies, reposition our efforts towards tapping into the full potential and continuing the work in our efforts towards improving the economy, improving infrastructure, improving the lives of the needy, and but at our level also trying our best to continue our work in developing standards for the industry and developing quality standards in these relevant areas that we felt the industry is badly in need, and we think that this will take us, inshallah, forward towards next stages of development and development of the economy, development of the industry, development of all the sectors that we feel they are relevant. Next slide, please, brother. Now, I am gonna shed light, I'll be concise on the key AYUFI standards that have been issued in these particular areas that we feel that will support, inshallah, will support the social finance and the social element in this particular area, inshallah, going forward. So as you are aware, AYUFI have issued the Zakat standards in accounting and Sharia. That happened like more than 20 years ago, and AYUFI felt the need to revisit, try to reintroduce this standard in terms of the latest development in the sphere of Islamic finance, Islamic banking, and the new developments in the area of calculation of zakah, of presentation of zakah and the financial statements, and particularly calculation of zakah from Sharia perspective, taking into considerations the special requirements of Islamic finance institutions. So this in this particular area in zakah, in relation to zakah, AYUFI issued standard Sharia standard number 35 and financial accounting standard number 9. The Sharia standard is relevant, relatively recent, or more updated than the financial accounting standard. That's why AYUFI felt the need to revisit its accounting standard on zakah, and inshallah we are gonna go through the new accounting standard on zakah, the basic features of the standard, and the way forward from our perspective for this particular for this important pillar of Islam, this shaira, this ritual, a very important ritual of Islam. We also focused in our development work on another very important area represented by Al-Waqf, Al-Awqaf. AYUFI has been keen particularly to cater to this vital area by developing and issuing a new and unprecedented standard, accounting standard on Waqf, titled Financial Reporting by Waqf Institutions. This is on the side of accounting. On the side of governance also, AYUFI has been keen to develop quality standards that meant to cater to Awqaf and the corporate social responsibility. Standard number 7, governance standard number 7, titled Corporate Social Responsibility, Conduct and Disclosure, is one of the key standards in this area. Recently, AYUFI has also extended great efforts to develop a Waqf standard for Waqf governance standard in this particular area, which is again unprecedented, and this also forms part of the project that AYUFI has undertaken to develop a package or a set of standards on the topic of Waqf in different areas. So the Waqf standard, the Sharia standard, the Waqf standard has been also issued. It is dubbed the SS60, Sharia Standard 60. In addition to that, we have PAS 37 and Governance Standard number 13. All these standards complement each other and also try to strike a balance and provide the full picture on the two sides of the equation, the theoretical part and the practical part. AYUFI also has developed a code of ethics for Islamic financial institutions. This is also supplementary to the efforts that have been extended in the areas I mentioned. And there are now multiple discussions on that topic, ongoing discussions on that topic at AYUFI conferences now and in the future, inshallah. So this is just an overview.
Fakir, you have 5 minutes more. Sorry.
Can we just proceed with the further result? Yeah. So we still have other standards that are also in progress. We have issued, AYUFI has issued the exposure draft for financial reporting for Zakat. The standard is in its final stage, inshallah, and should be for the end of the year. Also, we are working on Waqf illustrative financial statements, which also complements the Waqf standard, standard number 37, and this forms part and parcel of the standard. AYUFI, and on the side of AYUFI governance standards, we have issued Zakat governance, and or we are working on Zakat governance and Islamic crowdfunding, which are again very important tools and elements in the broader picture of social finance and social finance elements that where we have or where the world is now, that especially the Islamic world, the Muslim world is trying to revive and try to tap into the full potential of these very important tools and elements. Next slide, please. I'm gonna skip these two overviews for the sake of time. The standard, just a glimpse about the standard. The standard on Zakat, it's meant to improve upon and supersedes the earlier issued accounting standard on Zakat, and this standard particularly aims to prescribe the accounting treatment for Zakat in the books of Islamic financial institution. And in our view, we think that at different levels, everybody has to extend their respective efforts. And at the level of AYUFI, we are trying our best to cater to the needs of Islamic financial institutions, which in turn have this social responsibility and this social objectives embedded in their missions, in their objectives. So we, by helping this, extending our help to these financial institutions, we think that in a way or another we are doing our best to serve the entire Muslim world, the entire Ummah, inshallah, towards the fulfillment of the full potential of these very important tools. Next slide, or we can jump to Waqf standard number 37. This standard has been issued, will be issued very soon, inshallah. The Zakat standard will be available on our website in both Arabic and English. the standard, the financial accounting standard on Waqf has also been issued. It was issued in late 2020 in December. The Arabic version is also available for this very important standard. It was issued in April 2021. All these standards are available on our website. The Waqf project, as I said earlier, was initiated in 2016 in response to the evolution of different forms of Waqf institutions. The key output, as I said, the Waqf standard, the Sharia standard number 60, and governance standard number 13, in addition to the accounting standard number 37. Next slide, please. So just in a nutshell, let us go to the standard. Here, the rationale for issuing this standard, as you all aware, there is the accounting board has identified the need for a comprehensive standard on financial reporting by Waqf institutions, which is again unprecedented standard. The board felt that this particular instrument provides a useful means to discharge another accountability and stewardship in a well-organized shape, according to a well-placed, well-defined standard, where earlier no standard catered to these very important areas. The board also felt that a common standard that demonstrates compliance in form and substance is key, given into or taking into consideration Sharia principles and rules in this particular area. The standard also aims to implement or establish a robust guidance, improving operations, benefits, accountability, and management and sustainability of Waqf. This is all a byproduct of the standard, which is basically an accounting standard that establishes principles of financial reporting by Waqf institutions and are established and operated in line, with Sharia principles and rules. So just to conclude, I'm sorry for being that long in my presentation. I'm just trying to skip the standards, because we may have different sessions, in different forums to handle the standards. Can we jump into conclusions and the way forward, please, brother? So
2 minutes more, brother.
Yeah, it has more than 86 slides. And for the interest of time, we will not be able to, the way forward. So we think just in a nutshell that from our perspective, we feel that it is key for promoting and integrating Islamic social finance into mainstream finance. AYUFI is trying to handle this, to undertake this very important task by issuing relevant standards. We feel that also creating support and coordination mechanism between social finance and commercial finance is also a key element here. Providing government level support for Islamic social finance institutions is again important. We feel that everybody has to take a role in promoting greater level of harmony and standardization by adopting AYUFI standards, by getting closer to AYUFI in terms of providing their input, in terms of trying to affect the process of standard development. It is a collective ijtihad. We feel that everybody must have a role in that, and this is a call. We call upon all stakeholders, all relevant stakeholders who has a vested role in this particular sphere to take their rightful part in this process. We feel that also providing infrastructure for robust regulation, standards, and technology is again a key element that also supports the full picture. We also think that there should be support, engagement, and strengthening of relationship with regulatory and supervisory authorities worldwide in different Muslim countries and non-Muslim countries. This is, again, very important for developing quality standards that take care of the requirements of different institutions worldwide, not particularly in at regional levels or country levels. So we need your help in this particular sphere. We think that everybody can play a role here. Last but not least, we think that all these collective efforts have to aim for continuous improvement and must apply corrective action plans based on past experience. Learning from the past is key. IOFI has reached 30 years of its since inception. Now we are at a different level, alhamdulillah. We are here to learn from our experience across the years, and also we are here to do our best to reach out to the industry, to try to engage the industry towards, inshallah, better standards, better pronouncements. And again, this is meant to be, inshallah, all towards inshallah the benefit of the entire ummah, benefit of Islamic finance and its social finance arms worldwide. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your invitation again. I would hand over to Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, all speakers, for your time. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Majid Bakir, for the informative and interesting talk. Alhamdulillah, some important issue raised by Mr. Bakir. Promoting Islamic social finance can be done by Zakat, Waqf, Islamic microfinance, and Islamic crowdfunding. And how Islamic finance help in economic revival? One of them is promoting entrepreneurship by resharing modes of finance. But the most important thing is that AIF has launched Zakat and Waqf, Sharia standard, financial reporting standard, government standards. For example, Sharia standard 60 on Waqf, government standard 13 on Waqf governance, etc. Thank you again, Mr. Muhammad Majid Bakir. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second speaker, Dr. Abidin Adeyemi Adewale, Head Research and Publications of IFSB, on the topic Developing Integrated Ecosystem Between Islamic Commercial Finance and Islamic Social Finance. Dr. Abidin joined the IFSB in April 2018 as lead specialist, research, publications, and statistics. He oversees the research activities at the IFSB, as well as the coordination and publication of research papers and flagship IFSB Islamic Financial Service Industry Stability Report. Dr. Adewale also complements activities relating to the facilitation of workshop on implementation of IFSB standards, prudential and structural Islamic finance indicators, database, and other technical matters at IFSB. Dr. Adewale obtained his PhD Business Administration Finance specialization from International Islamic University, Malaysia. Dr. Abidin, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
In the interest of time, let me say all protocols duly observed. It was gladdening listening to my teacher earlier on, Professor Sani Kutu, and another teacher is here on the panel, Professor Kabir Hassan, and all their participants and chairman. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Again, it's indeed a great privilege to have been asked to participate in this particular World Zakat Forum. I had to stand in for my Secretary General, Dr. Bilul Awal Dambata, who is unavoidably absent as we are preparing for our IFSB Council meeting in Abu Dhabi. The IFSB is a standard setting body that complements the activities of the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision for Islamic Banking, International Organization for Securities Commission for Islamic Capital Market, and the International Association for Insurance Supervisors for the Takaful. Basically, what we do is to ensure that we cater to the specificities of the Islamic financial services industry, and by so doing, we complement the activities of these other standard setting bodies. One of our core principles is also to have international collaboration with other standard setting bodies and international organizations, including IOFI, that I just spoken just now. So that pretty much would save me some slides of having to explain some things, because I think Mr. Bakir had actually alluded to those. So I'll make it a bit snappy. The topic that I was asked to speak on is developing integration between Islamic commercial finance and Islamic social finance. And the outline will be very brief, just 6 outlines. In the interest of time, I'll just keep this slide also. Well, one of the essential things that we have come to understand is that Islamic finance, in terms of mechanics, may essentially be the same with that of conventional finance. One of the things that make Islamic finance to stand out is that the mechanics of financing itself is such that the underlying philosophy of Islam, which is communitarian in nature, would therefore require that Islamic finance not only look at the economic aspects or benefits that the system can generate, but the social aspect, the social economic inclusion would also be very, very important. Unfortunately, notwithstanding the inherent mechanism in Islam itself as a complete way of life, where the issue of community is at the very basis of the underlying principle that underlying the religion itself, it's unfortunate that the incidence of poverty today is more prominent in Muslim-dominated societies. Well, we all know the incidence of poverty, and we all know what it can cause. So these are some of the interesting quotes that I have here. I will not wish to flog on those, but I wish to highlight that poverty itself leads to hopelessness, which provokes people to desperate acts. Those with practical nothing have no good reasons to refrain from violence, since even acts with only a small chance of improving their conditions seem better than doing nothing and accepting their fate with passivity. If we take from the highlight of what Professor Sanu Kutub had mentioned earlier on, is in a short to say that to the extent that the poor people are awake, the rich people cannot sleep. So if we have mechanisms in Islam like Zakat, like Waqf, like Sadaqah, and so on and so forth, which would enhance the distribution of wealth as one of the essential attributes of Islam itself. If we don't use them as much as they should, then these are the consequences that we'll have to bear with. Even those who have cannot enjoy what they have, because those who are deprived are there, not happy. So poverty has brought about inequality. I will not wish to dwell so much on this, but the question we all ask is that we know what inequality is. So what type of inequality are we talking about? Whose inequality are we talking about? And is it inequality at the moment or an inequality that spreads over time? Because the moment we start looking at Zakah, Waqf, Sadaqah, and all those platforms as a basis for which we can address these concerns, especially when we integrate them with the conventional, with the mainstream commercial Islamic finance, it is better we also have a direction, or else at the end of the day, we will not have achieved anything because we don't know where we are headed. Because Islam is inherently communitarian in nature, if you look at this inequality and where it is rampant in the world, you don't find any predominantly Muslim country here. This is because even though there are many countries that have established institutional arrangements for the practice of Zakat, Waqf, Sadaqah, and so on and so forth, the fact that people also do it on their own, voluntarily, because it is demanded by the Deen of Islam, it makes it not to be such that this inequality is rampant among Muslim nations. But then, if it's not rampant, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, because the Gini coefficient of most Islamic countries would also say that even though it's not as wide as the so-called developed economies, it is also of concern. Now, at the IFSB, we are basically a prudential standard setting body. In other words, we are basically concerned about the soundness. We are basically concerned about the resilience of the Islamic financial system, ensuring that it not only promotes transparency it also promotes market discipline so that at the end of the day, everybody, is protected. Everybody enjoys the benefits. So when we look at inequality, therefore, from the IFSB point of view, we don't look at it from a static point of view. We look at it on a very comprehensive point of view. There could be political instability, social inequality, gender inequality, educational inequality. Even as Prof. Sani Kutub mentioned earlier on, there is what is called vaccine inequality. But nonetheless, what this would show, therefore, is that there are a number of people at the base of this pyramid. And what keeps them there is such that poverty itself is assuming a dimension now where we say it is intergenerational transmission. In other words, in most Muslim environments, the parents are poor, and because they are poor, their children are also likely to become poor in future. And this chart here explains all. When the child is born into a family, everyone is happy and things like that. It grows up in poverty because we have not used the institution of Zakat, Waqf, Sadaqah, and so on to ensure wealth is distributed, across the community. So what would have is that as he grows up, he is disadvantaged. He has not the proper education, proper healthcare. He has not stayed in the proper environment, and so on and so forth. So when he grows up, he struggles to live. He struggles to find a job. He struggles to make it in life. And as a result, he gets entrapped. And he also continues the cycle. This is what Zakat does not want to promote. I think Prof. Sanu Kutub also mentioned earlier that we have had instances in the past in the Islamic history where there was nobody to be called a Zakat recipient because wealth had been well distributed. So if we take this into consideration, we are not alone. The Sustainable Development Goals also highlight all this among all the 17 goals. And we'll see those that this institution of Zakah, the institution of Waqf, the institution of Sadaqah, and so on and so forth, can help to solve. So at the IFSB, we take note of this, and we have issued a number of standards over the years, which I will go through quickly. But while we have done that, another dimension happened 2 years ago. I mean, about late 2019, when COVID-19, struck. And what it has brought about has further strengthened the importance of what our standards, at the IFSB speaks to in terms of ensuring that there is socio-economic inclusion. Because lives and livelihoods have not only been threatened, we have also seen that the development goals that have been achieved, either by happenstance or by design over the years, either by conscious or unconscious effort, are being reversed, and the reverse is even in a very high speed. So what we have today is a global health crisis. So many people have died, businesses have slowed down, jobs have been lost, inequalities have widened, debt levels are high because people cannot pay back, they have lost their jobs. And what we have also is some form of ecological imbalance. So among some of IFSB jurisdictions, we have seen how these things can be done. Because if we don't blow our trumpet, nobody will blow it for us. We have seen it work, and we can also, bring it to the world that we have some inherent mechanisms in our deen that can help to reverse the inequality prevalent in the global arena. So in the case of Malaysia, we have instances of, the Prihatin Rahia, the Sukuk Prihatin, as well as the ITECAT program, and then the Waqf fund that the Securities Commission of Malaysia, had brought up. All these have used various forms of Islamic social finance to ensure that the economy not only goes back to recovery mode, but have also been able to help those who have had to bear the direct incidence of the health consequence that have later morphed into economic consequence. Pakistan example is also very notable in terms of the numerous activities that Akhwat had been doing prior to COVID, but even more importantly, after COVID had happened. And of course, in the case of Indonesia, our great host today, we appreciate the Cash Work Feeling Sukuk program, the Rumah Zakah operation, especially in terms of their Rumah Wakaf program. We have also very high regards and take cognition of the very good work of BASNAS. In the United Kingdom, the National Zakah Foundation is also trying its best possible. And in Saudi Arabia, we have the Health Endowment Fund and the initiative of the Saudi Ministry of Human Resource and Social Development. And of course, at the apex, the umbrella body itself, as in terms of international organization for Islamic finance, the IDB, at the outbreak of the COVID-19, had also come up with the sustainability sukuk to deal with the impact of COVID-19. So all this just speaks to the fact that Islam, takes, excuse me, takes high cognizance of the fact that the collective well-offness is more important than individual well-offness. And I think these are the high points of the social finance system in Islam. Excuse me.
5 minutes more, Doctor.
Inshallah, don't worry, I'm done. I'm done very soon. So when we look at all this, how do we achieve those? I want to speak specifically to the lack of access to appropriate funding, because that is the aspect where the Islamic social finance can be integrated together with the mainstream commercial finance. And if that is the case, one of the things we have to look at, especially based on the IDB's recommendation, is also that we don't have to look at the poor as socially disadvantaged. They also can do some things on their own. Then, you know, we have to come up with this mindset, that we shift from a relief assistant approach to a mix of development and market-based support system. And in this case, how do we achieve this? It is when we take out all these impediments and come up with a program where the social finance platforms can be integrated within the mainstream. The first one is to take out the legal and regulatory framework. In most countries, there is this regulatory uncertainty. There is no framework to guide how Zakat institutions can be established. What are the disclosure requirements? What are the Sharia governance framework, corporate governance framework? So in the absence of all this, people do things the way they have. Of course, it has helped to solve some problems, but it also speaks to the fact that we are not maximizing the potential. Then there are no institutional development, like I said earlier also, where people do it on their own and there is no institutions to take care of all this, the opportunities will not be maximized. Innovative approaches. Now we have to start thinking. Zakat, Sadaqah, and Waqf have gone beyond just religious basis. We have talked about technology and how this can enhance what we do. We have the Zakat app of the World Bank, which is doing fantastically. We have Yala Give in the UAE. We have Waqf blockchain in Malaysia, you know, by Fintera. We have the Global Sadaqah by Ethis. So many good products that, you know, we have come to realize that Zakat, Sadaqah, Waqf, you know, needs more innovative approaches. And of course, there is supposed to be community awareness. I will not flog on this. I think Prof. Sanu Kutub had also mentioned that. And of course, a lot of collaboration and partnership is required. It will not matter how much success business record in Indonesia. It will not be so much important how much success Waqf Selangor in Malaysia, Zakat Selangor record in Malaysia or elsewhere. When we have partnership, we learn from experience, we learn from best practices, then this can also be brought to other parts of the world where this is not presently happening. So in other words, I'll skip this. These are the various kind of prudential supervision that goes on across some jurisdictions. Some are by central banks, some are by Ministry of Finance, some are by Securities and Exchange Commission. So this means that there is no proper coordination, you know, at that level also. So at the IFSB, in 3 minutes, dear moderator, what we have looked at is that there are 3 basic ways where we can integrate. It's either we have a direct integration, in which case this is a typical balance sheet of Islamic finance. And by the way, if you look at the IFSB technical notes 3 on financial inclusion, these are provided there in details. I invite everyone to read. I've also provided the link below my slides. Maybe the organizers can share this slides later on so that you can go to the IFSB website to find all this. But the point here is that when you have a direct integration arrangement, you find a situation where this is the balance sheet of an Islamic commercial bank. So on the funding side, you can have Islamic social funds, Waqf, Sadaqah, and so on and so forth. What they do here is that the banks, Islamic commercial banks, will, as part of their product, invite the general public, invite the government, invite even Zakat, Waqf, and Sadaqah institutions to put funds into the bank. But what you see here is that they would combine those funds with all other funds that they have mobilized, either through current account, investment account, or other remunerative account. But what they will do here is to channel it into a particular national strategy to enhance that wealth is well distributed, and of course, with some guidance in terms of Sharia governance. The various capital charge, the various liquidity risk charge, and so on and so forth would be explained very well in the standards. The other one is the third-party integration. Here, the Islamic banks will not carry this on their balance sheets. Is that okay? But they have a rich network. They have the corporate governance. They have the operational mechanism. They have the transparency mechanism. They have the cloud. So what we are saying here is that the Islamic social finance platform would provide these funds, but the Islamic banks will not carry it on their balance sheet. Rather, they will just have to ensure that it reaches the desired, use that it is meant for in the first instance. Unlike in the first one, where it is on their balance sheet, in this case, it is not on their balance sheet. The other one is where we have an arrangement whereby the Islamic banks, on the other side, we say, oh, you Zakat institutions, for instance, Basnas, you already have the outreach, you already have the mechanism. So our charitable activities, our corporate social responsibility, or when we do purification, some income that do not comply with Sharia, and we have been asked to do purification, we have taken them out. What do we do with them? So then this will be a kind of reverse integration. They already know which Zakat, which Waqf institutions, or which Sadaqah institution to bring this to. So it can work either ways. So in the IFSB standard, we have given all these examples. But again, there are three major concerns. And Mr. Moderator, kindly give me 1 minute to go through this. The first one is the regulatory and legal clarity. I have said earlier on, if this is not clear, then this will not be clear to commercial banks also on what is the permission they have to use the Islamic social solidarity investment on their balance sheet. If not, this may bring about some legal risk or even to some extent some reputational risk if this is not well disclosed. The other thing is the issue of credit ratings. When Islamic or when conventional, traditional finance, when they mobilize funds and things like that, or they make financing available, we are always interested in the ratings that is provided by the guarantor. So in this case, what we are trying to say is that the creditworthiness of the Islamic social finance may not be determined because usually they are not rated. So one of the concerns we have is that for prudential purpose, these things would have to be highlighted. So what we suggest is, if the Zakat institution is not under government, then in that case, we say that the 20% of the total commitment should be captured as the risk weight to be used. If, for instance, if let's say they have no unencumbered assets, is that okay? All their assets can be used for this particular purpose. In other words, if you use the funds to finance a business or to help somebody and it cannot pay back, then the bank does not lose any money because the money does not belong to the bank. It belongs to the donors. It belongs to the institutions that provide it, and that is fine. But if, let's say, all the funds are not such that they are not provided by the donors only, then the appropriate risk weight as indicated in this slide and in the standard would apply. Then the other one is in terms of prudential regulation. What we are saying therefore is that Sadaqah and where you have perpetual cash works are for distribution in such a way that they don't attract any liquidity risk requirement. So for prudential purpose, what our standard says is that since you are not going to pay back, it's Sadaqah, you don't have to pay back. It's unlike deposits, where somebody places deposit with you, it has to be paid. But if it is Sadaqah, if it is used for the appropriate purpose, then it doesn't carry any liquidity risk requirement as well. But if it is temporary cash Waqf, because that would have to be paid back at the end of the day. So only the principal amounts, therefore, would have liquidity risk. The returns to be obtained on this will not be attracting such. And of course, the last one is that if the funds are earmarked for financial inclusion, it's only the portion of financing that is supported by Sadaqah and perpetual CAF and the returns that will not attract any capital charge. Any remaining net financial exposure will attract capital charge as per prudential regulation. So what we see is that there is a possible integration between Islamic commercial banks and the Islamic social finance, but some of these issues, especially as it relates to prudential regulation, credit rating, as well as the clarity of the regulation in the view of the IFSB are very important. You are invited to read our standard, IFSB Technical Notes 3. It's available for free on our website, and all these explanations will be there in full. I'm also open to questions on the chat so that we can have other speakers to say other things that they want to contribute to this session. Thank you so much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Abidin, for the informative and persuasive talk. Some important issue delivered by Dr. Abidin is cash wakaf link sukuk from Indonesia. This is very interesting because Indonesia launched this on 2018, right? Cash wakaf link sukuk is one of the initiative from Indonesia in the COVID era, although Indonesia has many initiatives to combat the impact of COVID. And also he mentioned some initiative from Malaysia, Pakistan, and other countries. And one idea raised by Dr. Abidin regarding the topic is that Islamic social finance is requested to put their money in the Islamic bank and channel it to charitable activities. All right, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the third speaker, Professor Muhammad Kabir Hassan. I would like to remind that the presentation is 15 minutes. And one suggestion, please direct to your idea so that the idea can grab by the participants fully. Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan is a professor of finance in the Department of Economics and Finance in the University of New Orleans. He currently holds 2 endowed chairs, Hibernia Professor of Economic and Finance and Bank One Professor in Business in the University of New Orleans. Professor Hassan is the winner of the 2016 Islamic Development Bank IDB Prize in Islamic Banking and Finance. Now, Professor Hassan is a member of the AIF Ethics and Government Board and Education Board. He is also an advisory board member of the Oxford University Faith Alliance Impact Finance Project. Professor Kabir Hassan, the show is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's very early morning in New Orleans, almost 2 o'clock in the morning. And thank you, Dr. Henry Tanjung. I may need little more time than 15 minutes, so let me share my slides. What is it? Somebody should be the slide sharing mode.
I think you are co-host now. Yes, no problem.
I know, but okay. But I cannot see my screen. You need to let me see my screen. I was seeing it before. Oh, however is somebody have snatched my laptop.
Yes, we can see you.
No, this is I want to control mine myself. Can you stop sharing yours? Let me share my side, please. Oh, let me.
Professor Kabir, are you there? I think he left and join again, maybe. Please, committee, please contact Professor Kabir.
Okay. Can you allow me to go screen share, please? Somebody has this.
Please make a co-host.
Yeah, please make me a co-host. Okay, I got it. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Again, as I said, a very early morning, almost 2 o'clock in New Orleans. So I may need a little more time than 15 minutes. So let me start with a slide that has been widely used, and also Dr. Askeria from your country has done it. So the role of Islamic social finance in solving COVID-19 pandemic problems. And I know my previous speakers have alluded to this in different forms. So now you know the whole story of COVID-19. Now we have survived Delta. Now we are facing Omicron. Inshallah, we'll overcome that too. But COVID-19 actually started with health crisis, then it moved to an economic crisis, then it moved to a social crisis. And during this crisis, Islamic finance has found a natural laboratory to showcase is what it can do. So here basically we're talking about the Islamic economics finance in holistic way and holistic solution to the crisis. And we look at a composite approach like poverty alleviation from Islamic perspective. We want to integrate Islamic social finance. We want to go back to our history of prophetic era where you can learn from their experiences like Umar ibn al-Khattab. So when you talk about Islamic social finance government support, your first thing started, you save lives, you are the quarantine, hospital, vaccine, healthy lifestyle, and save household. The government took a very huge transfer program, cash transfer, public kitchen, scholarship, financial support. And you have to also PPE, save business, financial support, capital support, subsidies, and digital market. And of course, finally, saving the financial institutions. The government provided liquidity support, capital, cash, Waqf, financial technology, and all over the world. Now, when you look at poverty alleviation strategy in Islam, there are three different ways Islam tackles poverty. Positive measure, the government has to do the right thing so the income grows. There's a functional distribution of income, so there is no inequality. Like Abedin was mentioning, the inequality is a big issue, more pandemic than the pandemic that we are having. Then once you do this, then also you have to government take preventive measures like control of ownership so that the wealth doesn't concentrate in a few hands in the country. There has to be prevention of malpractice, bribery and corruption has to be contained. Even if you do positive measure and preventive measure, still you'll find that you have not really taken care of poverty fully. So from the Islamic perspective, there are some corrective measures. You have the compulsory transfer. For example, Zakat is the third pillar. You have the recommended transfer, you have the charity and Waqf. And of course, even after that, the state has a responsibility. So charity in Islam has different form, you know, the compulsory, Zakat and Fitra, optional, Sadaqah, perpetual, and Waqf. Now, when you look at the one of the two items that are the point of discussion during this panel session is the Zakat and the Waqf. So let me focus on Zakat. Now, if you look at the Islamic history at the inception, it was managed by the state. But after the fall of Ottoman Empire in 1925, it became a personal obligation of individuals. It's now up to you. And that also has reduced the effectiveness of Zakat in fighting poverty. So if you look at the origins of Zakat, the early Muslims paid Zakat for two purposes: conveyed a sense of purity and to mean virtuous conduct. And it appears 32 times in the Quran, where it designates a transfer system under which donors purify their properties by giving them a small portion periodically. The contributions allow financing of 8 broadly defined constituencies: the poor, the needy, Zakat administrators, potential and recent converts, manumitted slaves, debtors, ghost servants, and travelers. Historically, assisting the poor and needy were major themes of earlier monotheistic religion as well, Judaism and Christianity. But though the Quran did not specify the amounts due as zakat payments, what counts as well for zakat payment, the frequency of payment, etc., such practical details emerged as our Prophet ﷺ formed his initial community in Makkah during 12 years from 610 to 622. But with the Muslim communities moved from Mecca to Medina in 622, booty from the wars was an additional and possibly much larger source of communal revenue, and the contributions went into communal fund like Baitul Mal, its house of wealth. Now, what is the issue of the Zakat Management Organization, the governance of Zakat institutions? So, first of all, we have to identify the problem, we have to raise the awareness and good governance. So lack of awareness, how much to pay, when to pay, what to pay, to whom to pay, and how to identify asnaf. And Alhamdulillah, the Indonesian government has taken from the political level to introduced Islamic economy, and they're doing a wonderful job. Lack of governance, no transparency, unclear procedures, time-consuming, unnecessary process in the verification of receipts. So usually in a situation, zakat collection, distribution, and giving away. So if an asnaf or muzaki wants zakat payment, so he or she is typical situation completes a form, prepare all the supporting documents with required signatures and stamps from the relevant departments, physically go to the zakat office and apply by queuing, call for interview, physically zakat office and wait for the queue until called. A officer interviews and next will be the house inspection. After on-site house inspection, wait for 3 to 4 weeks until the announcement and physically go to the zakat office to view the result from the notice board. Imagine the time and money wasted from an asnaf in this process. The question is this a fair, efficient, and effective process? And ultimately, we should ask whether it's a dignified process as well. So, because of this, many people advocate, actually, I'm in that league as well. The administrative process of zakat distribution is not export from the academic research. The Sharia parameters and attributes legal recipients can be found from the Quran and Sunnah, but there's a gap in understanding practice how this can be done by zakat administrator, and that's where we can bring technology. And the blockchain has been advocated a good way of making technology applicable in zakat administration. So there's a study done Motas 2020 was basically explaining what is the distributed ledger technology. So pre-blockchain and post-blockchain. So basically it gives you security and trust. It's a database of growing list of timestamp transaction records. So you have the permanent data, can and add but cannot remove. So once you have this document, you cannot erase it, becomes part of the permanent the record portfolio. So it's traceability, immutability. Records are linked using cryptography. So you can connect with the encryption, decryption, and making to a community of people who belongs to this class. It's a transparency, yet privacy is protected. So what it means, the challenges facing with zakat and waqf institutions is multi-system, transaction cannot be traced, centralized system, data is technically with someone entrusted, technical risk of manipulation, hacking, and high governance costs. So if you look at payers, you have the agent and the zakat and waqf institution, and you have the agent and beneficiaries. And so how do you link all these different players into this zakat management system more effective way? So this is where blockchain can help. It breaks the walls between different stakeholders and it provides a single source of truth, a database system that everyone can trust. So you have the payers, you have the beneficiaries, you have the supervisory authorities, you have the institutions, agents. You can bring everything together in a seamless way. So what are the potential benefits of blockchain used as a technology? The zakat payment and delivery at higher speed, exchange value at higher speed, scalability is an issue for blockchain technology. Visa net claims it can process 56,000 electronic transaction message per second. Of course, number two, reduce operational cost, lack of intermediaries. Smart contracts can reduce administrative cost for charities. Number three, greater transparency. Fraud in the charity sector costs British charitable trust almost 1.6 billion pound each year. Blockchain will allow track and trace. And number four, strong governance. Zakat payers can have visibility of zakat movement. Auditors have clear trace. Management have greater visibility. And you can use number five, smart contracts for applications. Automation process by the use of smart contracts can reduce administrative cost for charities. When an applicant inputs all the correct data, funds can be released automatically. However, there is also challenges for blockchain in zakat management. The first one is lack of knowledge and human resource, a lack of awareness of the technology. Number two, lack of cooperation among institutions. This defeats the purpose of distributed ledgers. Phase two, harness network effects and can be less efficient. Blockchain maximizes value for organizations when they collaborate. Number three, culture shifting dynamics. Blockchain represents a total shift away from the traditional process. There's a loss of control can sometimes deeply unsettling. Zakat institution would need to embrace a complete culture shift for blockchain to thrive in zakat management. Number four, speed and effectiveness. Higher aggregate cost. Nodes perform the same task of copying data to be the first to find a solution. And of course, there are issues with token. There must be an acceptable token to buyers and sellers to Zakat beneficiary. Mustahik, potential solution would be creating a network where service providers and accept this token as a payment. So what is the problem with Zakat being a effective fiscal tool and poverty alleviation management in the Islamic civilization? So there's a recent paper came out by Timur Quran. I want you to read this. So basically, let me tell you what he's saying. The Zakat-based transfer system was designed to make taxes predictable. The predictable taxation instead of opportunity taxation put a ceiling on the amount the state could collect from individuals for collective purposes. Zakat stopped serving as an instrument of Islamic governance. Taxes no longer were capped or predictable. They varied substantially across time, spaces, communities. Now, prior to 1622, small Muslim communities tend to develop norms of sharing and solidarity as a matter of survival in facing growing persecution during the Makkan time. In this period, the term zakat was used more or less interchangeably with sadaqah or voluntary almsgiving. Now, with the community's relocation to Medina in 1622 and the establishment of an Islamic state, zakat became a formal and compulsory transfer system to finance new states' activities. Meanwhile, zakat, the religious obligation, was distinguished from sadaqah, voluntary act of helping the poor. As soon as the Prophet died, large groups of converts, hypothetical payers of zakat, refused to make payments to his successor at the community's helm, Abu Bakr, equating the refusal apostasy. Abu Bakr radiallahu ta'ala who declared war on the rebellious tribes and ultimately prevailed. So the point I'm trying to make is that during the time of Prophet and the first four rightly guided caliph, zakat was collected at the state level. But after that, it disintegrated. The 7th century disagreement over zakat was not limited to the legitimacy of centralized collection of dues. Under the interpretation, livestock and crops remain taxable, and Uthman alayhi salam reinterpretation of zakat obligation put in doubt the very basics of zakat requirement. Under the Prophet and the first two caliphs, all taxes are appear to have been called zakat, including 2.5% custom duties imposed on Muslim traders. However, under Usman alayhi salam, other taxes including custom duties, agricultural levies, real estate taxes acquired distinct names. So, poverty alleviation during the period when Islamic State collected and disbursed zakat, the poor probably were not ignored. In the later times, complaints about the prevalence of zakat evasion are very commonplace. Over time, the task of the poor relief passed almost exclusively to the Waqf. So Waqf has taken over zakat as a poverty alleviation tool. By the year 1000, privately endowed soup kitchens, hospitals, hostels, schools are making far greater contribution toward poverty alleviation than any zakat-based transfer system. In no pre-modern city of Muslim world did local officials or the imperial administration feel obliged to maintain a social safety net, to say nothing of performing that task through zakat. Every pre-modern city governed under Islamic law was served by multitudes of waqfs, which delivered a vast area of social services. Contemporary historians of Muslim governed states of the past millennium, including the Ottoman Empire, Mamluk Egypt, the Abbasid Empire, and the Mughal India, pay enormous attention to the waqfs established under the Islamic law. So to the one extent or another, society's broadest freedoms allow the state finance welfare services through taxation. The system thus allows zakat paying individuals to enjoy their wealth, whatever its extent, without feeling guilty. And the zakat system serves not only to cleanse wealth in the eyes of the rich, but also to legitimize the Islamic order in the eyes of the poor. So it is a stillborn fiscal constraint implicit in the zakat or personal property rights as well as constraints on the government. Zakat would have contributed significantly to the healthy economic development, being predictable taxation. By itself, the steady implementation of zakat would not have turned the Middle East into a paragon of liberalism. The Islamic State that emerged under Hazrat Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam leadership instituted a predictable, fixed, mildly progressive tax system called zakat. It fueled discourse on religious, intellectual, and expressive freedom. Zakat returned to Islamic discourse in the mid-20th century with the rise of Islamism, and nepotism and corruption posed additional problems. The Waqf devised a substitute for zakat, blocked liberalization. Now, as Islam expanded to areas with starkly different economic bases, zakat increasingly became unsuited to progressive and equitable taxation. But fortunately, it's a 20th century revival. Indonesia and Malaysia are showing us the way of how zakat should be collected and distributed. Now, I want to share a empirical research that I have recently done to collect, estimate the potential zakat within Bangladesh. So what we have done, we basically, our objective was to potential zakat collection to determine the potential zakat across selected sectors like agriculture, trade, and lands. So we have an analytical framework. We say that we need to find out what is the net value of zakat. It's calculated by deducting the living adjustment value from the total sectoral value. Then once you get the total sectoral value, we have different sectors. We add them up to get the aggregate zakat. Now the zakat rate on different assets, we have the animals, we have the minerals, irrigated crops, non-irrigated crops, other types of wealth. And these are the rate that has been collected from different sources. Data collection, what we have done, we use secondary data to estimate total zakat potential in Bangladesh. To complete the research, we have collected various published data, conducted in-depth interviews, gathered expert opinions on relevant issues. The data collection period covers the fiscal year from 2000 to 2020. Now, these are the different zakatable items that you looked at, 10. That those where we can get secondary data, for example, bank deposit, shares and securities, remittances, pensions, industrial production and trade services, ushur and agri crops and forestry, mining resources, ushur and livestock, ushur and fishery, GDP, national budget, national revenue collection, and zakat funds. So this is where just a comparison what we have done. So if you look at we are comparing what are the potential zakat collection during the period 2000 to 2001 and 2018 to 2019. If you see in each sector there is a huge potential of improved zakat collection. So if you want to put your numerical term, the estimate shows that about 35% of the national revenue and 22% national budget could be generated for potential zakat in Bangladesh in 2018 and 19. Moreover, the overall potential of zakat is around 4% of the overall potential. So what I'm trying to say, we are only collecting right now only 4% of what could have been collected potentially in Bangladesh. So it is undoubtedly positive indication of zakat increments is it can help reduce income disparity with economic growth. So this is another pictorial description. Zakat as a percentage of national budget, zakat as a percent of national revenue, zakat as a percentage of GDP. So if you really can collect those zakat properly and distribute, it can free up about anywhere between 20 to 30% of the national budget and revenue, and which can be used for social safety net project for poverty alleviation. And you know Bangladesh poverty rate is very high. So what is the way forward? Of course, the government has to collect zakat properly. But having said this, what I have noticed that the zakat collection or benchmark, we are talking about this title of our session, this zakat, potential zakat that can be collected from 57 Muslim countries, I do not see any such empirical work is being done. So I urge each Muslim government or the researchers in this country to take a sort of benchmark study so that they can actually pinpoint how much data zakat can be collected, and that information could be very valuable to the national government. They can now tap these resources in order to fight poverty, in order to develop the economy further. I just want to share another empirical research I have done with Fahmi. Hudaybi used to be Baznas before, and this is under review right now. What we have done, like the Zoom meeting we are having, the different webinar, and from this webinar we try to recognize or understand what are the different ideas or zakat management issues that are important. So what we have done, we have looked at 4 different webinar, and we have collected the data video, and we tried to answer a number of research questions. What are the most frequent words mentioned by the experts in virtual event posted on YouTube and recorded in Zoom? And second research question, what clusters can be generated from the documents and the words spoken by the experts in virtual events? And the third, what topic can be gained from the experts' discussion on virtual Zakat events? And finally, how are the experts' connections and their spoken words in virtual Zakat events? So there are technique we use is called qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative via text mining by orange data mining technique. It's not very difficult, but you have to understand how to use it, how to extract data, and try to make this in a meaningful way. So these are the different experts, 12 experts who we have seen from these 4 different video and YouTube conferences, and from them we have draw some conclusion. So the role of zakat in managing poverty and inequality due to the pandemic must be inclusive. Such a way can be realized through the political priorities as stated by Abdul Ghaffar Ismail and Muhammad Ubaidullah. The urgency of political will in Islamic social finance debates, particularly Waqf, are critical in activating good governance of Islamic social finance institution practices in Muslim community. The challenges of good governance of zakat are discussed by Kamal Muhammad Mahmood, saying that zakat infrastructure is seen to be proper when its ecosystem covers governance-related issues and shares every aspect of zakat administration with global stakeholders. The experience of Sudan zakat administration, where the main business activity of zakat collection and distribution are done based on locality, while the central institution functions for planning and monitoring, can represent a relevant example of such governance. And Indonesia probably is doing also decentralized to centralized version. The challenges in activating Islamic social finance in development are also discussed by Radhita Sukmana, Azim Kidwai, Muhammad Lawal Maidoki. Radhita Sukmana urges the integration of zakat and waqf in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, proposing education institutions to be developed in remote villages with zakat and waqf financing as an alternative to the government budget. And Azim Kidwai Muhammad Lawal advocate using proper technology in zakat administration, and the effort should be made in the process of digital transformation of zakat institution. So what are the theoretical implication? In the lands of socioeconomic debates, the role of zakat during the pandemic draws the notion of socioeconomic zakat, which explains that zakat as a religious obligation plays a critical role in shaping the social and economic process of a Muslim community. And our paper contributes to this notion of socioeconomic zakat, which the evidence is gained from the speech of 12 experts in virtual zakat meetings. So this is the conclusion, the last slide of my presentation. The study discussed some applicable lessons discovered from virtual zakat events we can learn. It was run through June 20 to June 2021. We have developed 4 research questions under the lens of word cloud visualization, Orange technology. In the analysis by Orange has examined the strong connection among top 50 words such as zakat, social, development, government, COVID, state, need, among others. This word relationship substantially explains the content of the experts' discussion, such as the importance of political priorities in activating zakat and waqf for development. With zakat, stakeholder can consider developing a strategic plan for zakat administration. So it is very important that we need to regulate the technology that is used in Zakat. In regular Zakat digital technology, it is imperative to have a proper legal framework that not only deal with the ethical issues in using technology, but the Sharia parameters to use technology that aligns with the objective Sharia must be formulated. And this is the way we can have maslaha of all shareholders and we can protect it. So there is a gap in research focusing on enhancing zakat distribution, as most of the above research on focus on research focus on the function of zakat collection. We can use Internet of Things. Zakat distribution can be enhanced by ensuring by having a single registration of zakat administrator. The poor and needy can be subsequently monitored to determine whether they're eligible to receive zakat or not. We can also, since the location recipient can be traced in real time in convenient manner, either by physical delivery of zakat or using QR code approach, the zakat administration can distribute zakat in an effective and timely manner. However, in collecting data required for the purpose, it is important to obtain consent of the recipient, and it would be prudent to have a legal and regulatory framework put in place to regulate the technology used specifically for zakat administration purpose. It is anticipated that the findings of the research will motivate the zakat administrator to link zakat administration, especially the zakat distribution part, with technology. And in this regard, there is need to conduct further research on the technical aspect of implementing IoT-based zakat system. So these are some of the reference of my talk, and thank you very much for listening to me. I acknowledge the writings of various authors over the years, from which I have benefited immensely and whose ideas I mingled with mine in this presentation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Kabir Hasan, for the innovative and interesting talk. Some important thing about issue that raised by the Professor Hasan is before the fall of Khilafah, zakat is the state management, but since 1935, it's individual obligations. Using technology for zakat distribution, the example blockchain, although Indonesia has implemented this blockchain, we collaborate with the telecommunication state company, and it is now on the progress of Waqf blockchain. And also, Professor Hasan cite Timur Quran, that the zakat is predictable tax, and also very important for state financial management. And also some research of Kabir Hasan discussed in his talk. Okay, all participants. Due to time constraint, I hope that Puan Zuwan, Zuwadanise, write in 15 minutes because Professor Kabir has spent 26 minutes. Okay, so we have time still in the discussion, because discussion is very important since more than 300 participants joined this seminar or this webinar. Okay, Puan Azwadanise binti Muhammad Zain, Head of Human Resource Division at Lembaga Zakat Selangor, and since January 31, 2020. So around 1 year, he has been Head of Human Resource Division of Lembaga Zakat Selangor. Puan Azwadanise, time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Henry Tanjung. Let me share my slide. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafi anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. To all speakers for the plenary sessions today, Mr. Muhammad Majid Bab, Dr. Abidin Adiyemi, Professor M. Kabir Hasan, and also Dr. Henry Tanjung as our moderator today. Brothers and sisters, I would like to express my appreciation for inviting me to such a wonderful conference together with knowledgeable panels and moderator. Without further ado, today I would like to share with you how Lembaga Zakat Selangor manage our human resource or Amalin in order to strengthen the Zakat operation post-COVID-19. Brother and sister, despite the challenges of pandemic COVID-19, LZS is committed to becoming a Zakat organization with global management standard that serve the Ummah with integrity and professionalism. The most crucial resources in meeting all our objectives is the people, the Amalin. Therefore, human resource management function is important in ensuring the accomplishments of the visions and mission, as well as in providing value-added services to management and Amalin that reflects the organization's commercial objective. Brothers and sisters, LZS has developed 5 major initiatives to help to fulfill it, namely Asnaf Development Blueprint that implemented the initiative of 8 key Asnaf Development Strategy, while new distribution operation model is aiming to improve internal distribution workflow and processes in accordance with the adoptions of new distribution business model, while digitalization or digital transformation is the integration of digital technology into all areas of business, fundamentally change how we operate and deliver value to Asnaf and Muzaki. For people, one generation, one culture is an initiative to instill high integrity and high performance culture, as well as core value that enhance and core value enhancement in developing Amir Muslihun among our Amilin. Lastly, rationalization is a continuous effort to strengthen the branches and collections and also our distribution channel of LZS in line with the development of digitalization. Brother and sister, as everyone knows, serving Asnaf and Buzaki during the COVID-19 pandemic is challenging and not easy. Our Amalin was subjected to a range of hazard and difficulty. They strive to serve them. Therefore, HR will also strive and promise to serve our Amalin the best to inculcate LZS 7 core value to be Amir Muslihun that they make them we value them as the people. We continuously provide them learning opportunity within Islamic values and culture. And we also have a modern work environment with cutting edge technology to make a digital workforce. And we're not forgetting to have a work-life balance among our Amalin. Since 2019, we already started with our our people strategy, namely 3 generation 1 culture, develop capable leader, build competency, and total reward. With 3 generation in our workforce, about 640 over staff, our first strategy is to get everyone on board with the same culture and service standard across LZS, which will lead us focusing on high integrity and high performance. Secondly, we develop capable leader via leadership development program for executive, managerial, and senior management, as well as a talent accelerated development program for the selected hypo. Alhamdulillah, on the third strategy, we have completed the development of generic competency, leadership competency, and functional competency for all levels. With this development, our HR function has been linked according to the competency. When we recruit the staff, we base on the same competency and we train them on the same competency and we monitor their performance using the same competency. While our fourth strategy, which is total reward, with the implementation of pay for performance for increment and bonus, which is a merit-based assessment, and at the same time, undertake salary compare ratio to close gap and harmonize our internal equity. Brothers and sisters, in order to strengthen the operation of LZS, in the perspective of HR, we are focusing on three prong, which is employee engagement, learning and development, and organization design and talent management. We believe that when Amalin are engaged, they are more likely leads to a higher productivity. Since the pandemic began, Amalin well-being and wellness has been our top priority in order to ensure that they are safe and healthy. We have established a Stay Safe campaign that not only educate and giving advice and keep Amalin up to date with the new informations. The Human Resource Divisions, in collaboration with Safety and Health Officer, arranged the vaccinations of all our Amalin and together with their families. Other than that, we deliver to their doorstep COVID-19 rapid test device and also work from home health kit, which consists of thermometer, oximeter, stress ball, and digital tasbih counter. We hope that they're using all those tools that we give to ensure their health. At the same time, we also provide online doctor consultations where they can call the doctor and make appointment and get consultations with it. And if they need medications, and the medication will be sent to their home by our medical administrator. Not to neglect mental health. We held a series of online wellness talks attended by more than 300 of our Amalin. Among the topic of discussions are relationships at work, behavior therapy, finding the balance while working at home, relaxation techniques, and EQ at work. Regarding hybrid work arrangement, it is an approach that allows our employee to have the flexibility to work from home or work from the office. Experiencing lockdown and work from home, we found that our Amalin adjust well to the new work arrangement without impacting the productivity. For your information, until today, 300 over headquarter staff are work on split team arrangement, where half of the Amalin on team A working in the office, while another half on team B working from home, and they change alternately. Alhamdulillah, the arrangement have avoided LZS staff spread the virus among us. And this also managed to control, and we do not have any shutdown of our HQ so far. Due to this, in future, we are planning to continue with hybrid work arrangement by phases in line with the technology advancement with better infrastructure and practices. Brother and sister, we believe the pandemic is not an obstacle, but rather an opportunity for us to grow stronger in order to be Amir Muflihun. On learning and development, learning previously we conducted face-to-face, but today online learning is unavoidable. Therefore, LZS immediately adapt new ways on how our Amalin should continue to improve their knowledge and skill. Instead of planned learning sessions, we are now encourage our Amalin to self-initiate learning by empower them to fulfill their individual development plan via e-learning. Alhamdulillah, in the third quarter, we have launched our in-house learning mobile application called e-Ilmu with 14 categories of learning chapter and 20 over courses that are available for them. At the same time, we also encourage our Amalin and giving them the flexible to engage with third-party e-learning providers. While talking about digitalizations, HR play a vital role to inculcate the digitalization culture, and we have started this since 2019, where 20 of our staff have attended Fitrah mobile apps training. And last year, while we are locked down, we managed to get 48 of our Amalin certified by certified on IR 4.0 Foundation Program. And we also train our da'i conducting da'wah via virtual. Then we have a training session called Da'wah Virtual Da'i in the year 2020 as well. Brothers and sisters, in future, our Amalin functions will no longer be transactional, but rather as zakat consultant to Asnaf and Muzaki. Therefore, we have developed and accredited certifications called Professional Zakat Consultant Certifications. At the moment, we are at the final stage, getting the Finance Accreditations Agency to look into it. These certifications consist of 5 modules with 3 levels of basic, intermediate, and advanced. Inshallah, we will help this certification next year. Lastly, the other focus area is organization design and talent management. With the enhancement of digitalizations in key business systems will impact changes in work processes and work procedure. Therefore, a manpower effectiveness study must be done to evaluate the changes in view. New job may be created, existing job may be enlarged or enriched, and maybe certain job may become outdated. Therefore, this impact the manning level and also the organization structure, where we need to align with the changes. These changes at the end will result that our Amalin need to go through the upscaling and rescaling to adapt with the new work environment. While talent management and succession plan will remain as an important functions, where for us to develop a motivated team that will remain with LZS in the long run. We have designed and implemented various development programs for the top management via professional coaching, senior management program, high potential Amalin based on 70-20-10 learning concept. Inshallah, with God will, LZS will be able to realize our dream and visions in future. Brothers and sisters, this is going to be my second lifestyle. I believe a lot have been said about how LZS strengthening the operation of Zakat from HR perspective. All of this would not be possible without a strong team and good leaders. Allow me to share a success story with you, where Lembaga Zakat Selangor has been chosen to receive an award from HR Asia as one of the best company to work for in Asia for the year 2021 Malaysian edition. We are selected among 300 over Malaysian firms that took part in the employee engagement survey in August 2021. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Board of Trustees Chairman Yang Amat Mulia Tan Sri Datuk Sri Syed Anwar Damulal and members of the Board of Trustees, especially for Wan Badaya Abdul Jalil as our HR advisor, our CEO Tuan Haji Saiful Yazan bin Muhammad Yusof, the senior management team and the staff of LZS for their leadership, support, guidance, cooperation and dedication to make LZS as one of the best company to work for on our quest to become Amil Muslihun. Finally, I would like to express again my appreciation to the organizer for allowing me to share our humble experience. Hope it will benefit all with this sharing. May Allah grant you with goodness. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Puan. Exactly 15 minutes. Masya Allah. Great.
Alhamdulillah.
And also congratulations to Lembaga Zakat Selangor, right? For the, inshallah, the precise achievement. Some important thing that Puan Zuan that covered, people strategy. So people strategy is very important in the Lembaga Zakat Selangor and also in the others amil. One of them is the total reward. So reward also very important. Amilin well-being is very important to run the operation of Zakat organizations. All right, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the questions and answer session. There are 4 presenters. Inshallah, we'll answer your questions. Before we see some chat, some questions in chat, I'd like to ask Mr. Bakir about the standard. 3 years ago, Indonesia launched the standard for Waqf. We call it Waqf Core Principles. And it was launched in the annual meeting of IMF and World Bank in Nusa Dua Bali 2018. So how to harmonize this standard with the AOF standard? Please, your idea.
Yes, you hear me, sir, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, I think IOFI is, we have been embarking on many initiatives, joint initiatives with the major stakeholders in the industry to come up with specific and mutual understanding, mutual, let me say, pronouncements or standards on specific areas, including Waqf. So with Waqf, actually, we entered into partnership with the World Islamic Waqf Institute and other sub-sponsors and supporters to come up with this very important standard. But again, it doesn't mean that we will stop here and that standard cannot be taken further in the future. So we feel that whoever is relevant in this area, we can still come up into a kind of agreement to work in similar initiatives or to try to take existing standards forward in the future, inshallah. So the door is open for any kind of cooperation with any international body, any relevant stakeholder in this area. All what we need in this particular regard is that IOFI is approached in the right manner by the relevant stakeholder. They may submit a proposal for such a cooperation. They may also come closer by attending our public hearings, raising these issues in public hearings, or submission, or maybe by at conferences. They may also submit such proposals, such initiatives to IOFI, and we welcome all these kind of initiatives and any proposal towards improvement of existing standards or towards initiating work on new standards, inshallah, in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Bakir. Okay, next question. This is from Indonesia, from Mrs. Rosnelli from Medan, Indonesia. I think this is for Puan Azwan. How much the salary of Amir there? So this is about how much the salary of Amir. Can you explain?
It depends on the positions. Yeah, we have a different salary range for different positions. Yeah, and we consider all of Lembaga Zakat Selangor staff as Amil.
So depend,
Depends.
Okay. Okay,
So,
one from
Dr. Henry, there are 2 people who raised hand.
Okay,
So
Maruf Ahmed. Yeah, you have raised hand. Please, Maruf Ahmed.
Basaria.
Also Basaria. First, Maruf Ahmed. Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm Maruf Ahmed, Z&S Work Foundation, Nigeria. My question is to Dr. Abidin.
Abidin, yes.
Yeah, in the area where he mentioned the issue of investment with Zakat fund and Waqf through financial institution or Islamic financial institution, in terms of risk bearing, that the bank is not going to be the one that's going to bear the risk. So I want to know of the fund that is used for the investment through the bank. I want to now ask, how will the Zakat institution protect that fund so that it will not be eroded away by unforeseen risk issues?
Okay, thank you. This is I think the question is very clear to Dr. Abidin. This is about risk management of the Islamic banking. Please. Dr.
Yeah.
Abidin. Yes.
Thanks so much. I hope you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry, something is wrong with my video. I don't know. Yeah, that's a very good question. I think it was because of time constraints. What I was trying to explain is that the IFSB looks at this issue from a prudential point of view. Now, on the asset side of the balance sheet, I mean, on the funding side, if the Zakat institutions or the Waqf institutions and Sadaqah, if you look at the slide I presented, I only indicated Sadaqah and Waqf. And because for Zakat, like Prof. Sanu Kutub mentioned, there are specific, purposes for which those can be used for. But in the case of Sadaqah and Waqf, what I said is that if it is a direct investment, direct integration, the bank is asking for not only the Zakat and not only for the Sadaqah institution, even for the general public to put money there. So if they use such money for financing, activities, and at the end of the day, it turns out that the funds are not recoverable, there is no capital charge that they need to provide because the funds are Waqf and Sadaqah in the first instance. They are not meant to be returned to those who provided them. That's the point I was trying to make. But if, let's say, it is deposit, then the deposit does not belong to the bank. It belongs to the funds provider. In such or let's say profit sharing investment account, in such instance, then they would have to take proper measure. However, the standard also mentions that will not be the room for the bank to be negligible in terms of their fiduciary responsibility. They would have to do all what they need to ensure that the funds are channeled for the purposes intended and are meant to achieve the purposes of financial inclusion and perhaps economic well-offness. However, let me just also sound this finally, that if it is a temporary Waqf, that is, the funds would have to be refunded back to the persons who provided the fund after certain time. I have also mentioned that there would be the need for liquidity risk management because that funds would have to be returned. However, the returns on such investments may not necessarily attract any credit or operational cost. The final example, which time did not allow me to give, is if now let's say that the fund is provided by the banks, by the institutions totally, and for that particular fund, there is no obligations on the banks to refund it. The banks, therefore, will still need to make provision for operational costs. There will still be operational charge. I wanted to make it as simple as I could, but these are purely prudential matters that maybe those in the banks would understand them more. But the regulations say that banks must always have these provisions, these capital provisions. So we are saying if they integrate with the Waqf or the Sadaqah institution, they have to take this into consideration. Thanks so much.
Okay, understood. Okay, right. Basaria Nainggolan, please. I will direct to the questioner because time is constrained. Basaria Nainggolan, please unmute your, yes.
Ya, makasih. Thank you for moderator. Terima kasih. Luar biasa para narasumber ya. Begitu modernnya mereka menjelaskan tentang wakaf, zakat, dan sedekah. Sementara masyarakat kita masih awam tentang ini. Saya dosen di IAIN Ternate ya, mengajarkan tentang wakaf, zakat, Ya, hari ini dan kemarin itu saya dapat referensi yang luar biasa ya untuk pengembangan zakat dan wakaf. Tetapi di masyarakat kita masih begitu awam tentang digitalisasi, teknologi tentang wakaf ini. Jadi upaya yang pertama, upaya apa ya yang harus kita lakukan sehingga dana sosial yang begitu potensial ini melalui digitalisasi dan teknologi bisa menarik perhatian masyarakat kita. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, tadi saya tertarik tentang sedekah itu yang masuk di prudensial ya. Tadi juga ada pertanyaan tentang itu. Itu skemanya bagaimana skemanya itu sehingga pengelolaannya ya dia apakah ini masuk ke akad rahnun atau akad apa ya? Saya mohon penjelasannya. Yang selanjutnya tentang standar accounting tadi, standar wakaf tadi, bisa nggak dijelaskan lebih rinci supaya kami secara akademik bisa mengajarkan kepada mahasiswa dan paling tidak ini adalah apa ya suatu apa namanya yang baru bagi kami mungkin yang baru ya karena mungkin kurang baca atau bagaimana. Yang terakhir tentang profit and loss sharing tadi sempat tergambarkan masyarakat itu masih belum yakin tentang profit and loss sharing itu bagaimana. Itu aja yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terakhir, sebenarnya SDM kita itu ada, SDM kita ya tentang amil zakat, hanya mungkin belum tepat sasaran, belum tepat sasaran. Termasuk tadi seleri tadi yang ditanya, iya di sini terjadi kendala itu seleri itu kadang apa gaji amil itu 5 bulan atau 3 bulan baru dapat ya. Jadi sebenarnya SDM itu nothing problem. Menurut saya nggak ada problem. Hanya mungkin belum tepat sasaran siapa yang menjadi SDM kita. Karena kadang-kadang perekrutannya itu tidak terbuka untuk SDM amil ya yang dikelola oleh Basnas ya. Kalau di Indonesia kan Basnas ya, baik provinsi sampai ke daerah dan sering rekrutannya itu kan keluarganya. Nah, itu. Jadi harus transparan. Iya.
Tolong jangan banyak-banyak.
Makasih.
Masih banyak
ya, makasih. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. I think this question to Professor Kabir Hassan, how to develop the collection of zakat in the society that they know about zakat, please.
Okay, the zakat collection, as Timur Quran rightly said, is disintegrated after the four rightly guided caliph. It was supposed to be state collection and distribution process, even though it's an individual article of faith. But if you read the Makasi, the greater meaning of this ayat, so that it can really contribute to poverty alleviation. So why it has not been achieved throughout the Islamic century? That's because it has changed its interpretation from different rulers to rulers, and the rulers went out of the zakat purview because zakat are supposed to given by the wealthy people after the nisab. So there was a confluence between it's a failure of governance. Those are ruled and the ruler, the elite class and the poor. So there was a new equilibrium formed, which was not necessarily in the spirit of Islamic teaching. So now, having said this, so this is the perception problem exists in Muslim majority country. If you talk about Muslim non-majority country where the Muslims are living, I have found, for example, in the United States, we have a better zakat collection mechanism than it exists even the country of my birth, Bangladesh. Now we understand, we go to this istihad, so your level of understanding. So first thing, that Indonesia is doing very well, zakat awareness program, advocacy program, training program. So the whole spectrum of the ecosystem of zakat management and organization, people, amil, those are receiving the zakat, we need to know them, those are paying the zakat to inform them. Everything has to be done in a complete holistic ecosystem way. So the Indonesian government can kiss the Islamic economic movement, I think, is in the right direction. Hopefully that will correct the centuries of mistakes or not doing it right will be done most correct way. So brother, is an indirect answer to your question. So I would start with understanding the concept of zakat, telling people what it is, telling people that it is a religious duty. You must do it. If you don't, and that you are not following religion, then create an awareness in a group. Start from a small group, then try to expand in a bigger group so that you can collect and distribute zakat, and you distribute zakat to the right 8 categories that truly will attack poverty and also disseminate knowledge, also help promote economic development in the localities or in the communities that you live in.
Right, alright. Thank you, Profesor Kabir Hasan. Bu Basaira, jadi jelas sekali ya bahwasanya penjelasannya adalah dengan pelatihan ya, dengan menggunakan teknologi ya. Jadi kita bisa meningkatkan zakat ya di negara kita, negara Indonesia. Okay, I think the last questions, because we have closed at 4 o'clock, because the next session, the fourth plenary session, will start 4:15. So we will end this by 4 o'clock. One more from Hawa Ahmed Salihu. Hawa Ahmed Salihu, please direct to your questions and to whom you address your questions. No? Where is it? Okay, Turai Usman. Turai Usman? Yes. Please. You still mute. Please unmute.
Hello.
Hello.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Waalaikumsalam. Yes, yes. Please, please. Yes.
I'm sorry, I have talked, so you have to bear with me. My question goes to Professor Kabir.
Please, please.
Yeah, a situation whereby there are people in your community do not. I'm sorry, I have coughed. Can you hear me?
Please just write down in the chat, because this is very difficult to hear you.
Doesn't matter, miss.
Please write down in the chat. It's very difficult.
Okay, let me write in the chat.
Okay. Please, Turai Usman. Turai Usman. Make sure that your voice is very clear. Okay. Very loud. Okay. Turai. Hello. I think this is a connection problem. Hello.
Yeah, because I just I just want to. Are you there? So, I mean, how can this forum be of to institutionalize and zakat in my country?
We cannot hear you.
The local brand.
Hello. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Just write down in the chat. Okay. Make sure that your channel is very good. Okay, I think this is time for. Hello. Yeah, let me close this because 4 o'clock is coming. Alhamdulillah, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end part of the session. From this session, we can conclude that first one, standard has been launched for zakat and Waqf, such as Sharia standard, government standard, and financial accounting standard. Initiative is very important. The second one is initiative is very important to integrate commercial and social finance, such as cash wakaf in sukuk in Indonesia. The third one, technology is very important in zakat and Waqf. And the last one, well-being of Amalina is very important. Finally, we would like to say thanks again to the speakers, to the great speakers for the informative and interesting talk, and the audience for active participations. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everybody. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will to our MC. Times yours, our MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Henry Tanjung for moderating the plenary session and to all the speakers for their time and their insights. Before we continue, we would like for all the speakers and the participants to turn on their cameras for a photo session. The photo session will be led by the committee. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. We will take another picture one more time. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much to all of the participants and to the speakers and to the moderator for the third plenary session. Before we continue, we would like to announce that previously yesterday there was a volcanic eruption that occurred in Indonesia. Committee, if you could please show the slide on the screen. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask for the participants to see the screen that we would ask for all the participants attending the session today to pray for the Semeru volcanic eruption that has just occurred. Please wait momentarily. We have some technical difficulties. Right. So we would like for all the audience to pray for the volcanic eruption which has currently occurred in Indonesia, to pray for the Semeru volcanic eruption. For all the participants and audience that are watching, you may kindly donate to help the community that has been affected by the Mount Semeru eruption in East Java, Indonesia. For those who would like to create a donation, you may transfer it to the bank name under the name of Bank Syariah Indonesia, with the account number 9 sorry 9888 888 190 for what 190 for US dollars, and the account name for Badan Amil Zakat Nasional with the SWIFT code BSM DIDJA. You may also you may also make an online payment through PayPal or through your credit cards through paypal.me/Basnas Indonesia. Right. Thank you very much, and may we all be safe from this volcanic eruption. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to the next agenda, which is short videos from our organizers and from our supporters. We would like to announce again that the World Zakat Forum International Conference was organized by the World Zakat Forum, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional or Basnas, Pusat Pungutan Zakat, Lembaga Zakat Selangor, and Badan Waqf Indonesia, and Rumah Zakat. We would also like to announce that this event was supported by Paragon Group, BJB Syariah, CIMB Niaga Syariah, Bank Syariah Indonesia, and PT Pos Indonesia. Now, here are some videos from our organizers and from our supporters.
Through providing various benefits by becoming Zakat Management Institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the Love Zakat movement. Formed by the government, based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sadaqah at the national level. Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates 34 provincial Basnas, 464 regency and city-level Basnas, 91 Amil Zakat institution, and 140 zakat collecting units in various agencies. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2050 every year since 2004, audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002, the award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from BNPB, the International Award of the Success in Realizing the SDGs of Global Good Governance in 2021, Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to the Sharia to aid Asnaf, and is summarized into 5 main sectors: social, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provided various payment channels through the counter, mini market, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
Ini zakat aku yang terakhir lepas aku diberhentikan kerja. Mudah-mudahan ada rezeki aku lagi lepas ni.
Alhamdulillah, dengan bantuan zakat, negaraku dapat diteruskan.
Mungkin kita tak sedar yang kehidupan kita sebenarnya saling memerlukan. Alhamdulillah, rezeki Allah itu luas.
Welcome to Rumah Zakat. We are the philanthropic organization that manages zakat, infak, sadaqah, waqf, and other humanitarian funds through a series of integrated programs in the fields of education, health, economy, and the environment to bring happiness to people in need. Together with you, we are working to build the village economy through the Empowerment Village program, and also to help those affected by disasters through a series of humanitarian actions. With the spirit of world digital philanthropy, Zakat strives to expand its benefits so that more will be helped both in Indonesia and in the world. Thank you for being part of Rumah Zakat Big Family. We hope to continue this collaboration for happiness together.
Ucapan saya kepada pengeluar zakat Selangor di sana, saya mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih dan terima kasih sangat-sangat kerana terus untuk membayar zakat di Selangor dan juga membantu pelajar-pelajar asnaf dan juga keluarga-keluarga yang fakir miskin di luar sana. Terima kasih.
Kepada pembayar zakat Selangor, saya ucapkan terima kasih juga kerana hasil duit diorang ni saya boleh berdikari sendirilah. InsyaAllah saya akan jadi pembayar zakat tu.
Terima kasih atas dorongan, sokongan yang dibagi pada keluarga saya.
Saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih yang teramat sangat. Dan terima kasih juga kepada yang menguruskan, yang membantu saya dalam permohonan untuk bantuan zakat. Terima kasih sangat-sangat.
Mau hidupmu jadi lebih mudah dan juara? Ya pakai Postpay, platform digital keuangan dari PT Pos Indonesia. Bikin transaksi keuangan kamu lebih mudah, nyaman, dan nggak pakai ribet. Banyak banget layanan keuangan digital yang dapat dinikmati. Mulai dari transaksi berbagai macam tagihan, transaksi QRIS, transfer dana rekening Giro Pos hingga 50 juta per hari, juga kirim wesel pos ke penerima yang nggak punya rekening bank. Postpay dapat membantu nasabah untuk mendirikan bisnis, kantor pos mandiri, berupa Postpay Agen. Postpay juga menjangkau layanan kebutuhan para pekerja migran Indonesia untuk melakukan transaksi keuangan dari luar negeri loh. Postpay adalah solusi bagi pelaku bisnis konvensional dan syariah, wirausaha milenial, sampai UMKM. Jangan khawatir, bagi masyarakat yang tidak memiliki rekening bank, dengan Postpay, kamu bisa bertransaksi seperti layanan perbankan. Postpay, emang paling ngerti kamu.
Lahir di negeri yang kaya alam dan budayanya, menciptakan fundamental kuat bagi Bank Syariah Indonesia, selalu berperan aktif dalam pesatnya pembangunan dan bertumbuhnya ekonomi, dengan berbagai inovasi produk dan layanannya yang ramah. Membangun Indonesia, membangun manusia. Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Indonesia is a fascinating nation. Reserve a right for high hopes and greater future. From big dreams to begin with, we present our devotion for the nation. Paragon Technology and Innovation. One of the largest cosmetics companies since 1985 until today. Paragon has launched Wardah, Makeover, Amina. Upon his blessings, we will keep on growing. Paragon Technology and Innovation has 20 hectares factory plant that divided into 7 areas. Establishes 32 distribution centers across Indonesia and Malaysia. We are collaborating with 11,000 passionate employees. We welcome the future by committing as the best practice company and create high quality product that gives added value for Paragonian business partners, society, and environment. We are just a group of ordinary people with an extraordinary passion.
Kalau semua nilai-nilai itu konsisten dilakukan dan ditambah pertolongan Allah SWT, insya Allah kita akan sukses.
We innovate endlessly and encourage personal development.
Inovasi tiada henti dan perkembangan manusia berjalan beriringan. Bagaikan nafas, jika berhenti, maka akan mati. Paragon akan terus mengembangkan talentnya. Jika mereka berkembang, maka kami akan juga berkembang.
We are expanding to get bigger and better.
Perkembangan perusahaan yang pesat sangat bergantung kecepatan menangkap tren, dan brand Paragon hadir dengan modernitas yang menjawab kebutuhan konsumen.
We accomplish numerous challenges together. We have grown 16 times since 2010. We are the market leader in Indonesian cosmetics industry for makeup category. Our products are being sold 5 pieces in every second. We have been awarded on 15 categories of Top Brand Award. Halal Top Brand, Indonesian Best Brand Award, and Asia's 25 Most Influential Women in Entrepreneurships by Forbes magazine. We contributed to the nation based on 4 pillars. The first pillar is education, such as Paragon scholarships, training for teachers through Wardah, inspiring teachers, and good leader, good teacher. The second pillar is health, by supporting many programs such as YKI, YKPI, and WeCare.id. The third pillar is environment. One of them is providing clean water in Wairinding, Sumba. The fourth pillar is women empowerment through Wardah, inspiring movement program. As we praise our gratefulness to God Almighty, we strengthen our heart, be passionate, and keep on dreaming for a greater Indonesia. Paragon Technology and Innovation.
Ketika hidup memberi begitu banyak pilihan, saatnya buka mata dan pilih yang terbaik untuk kita. Pilihan yang terus menciptakan banyak manfaat. Dan dibangun dari kejujuran. Pilihan yang mengerti semua kebutuhan. Agar kita tak salah ambil langkah. Dimulai dari berbagi, menuai sejuta kebaikan. Saatnya memilih yang lebih baik.
Kami hadir memberikan layanan perbankan sesuai dengan prinsip syariah untuk Anda. Senantiasa menjaga integritas dan profesional dalam mendorong pertumbuhan perekonomian daerah. Bank BJB Syariah. Salam Maslahah. Didirikan pada tahun 2010 dengan berkantor pusat di Jalan Braga nomor 135 Bandung. Bank BJB Syariah merupakan bank pembangunan daerah pertama yang melakukan spin-off menjadi Bank Umum Syariah dari Unit Usaha Syariah PT Bank Pembangunan Daerah Jawa Barat dan Banten. Dengan visi menjadi 5 bank syariah terbesar di Indonesia dengan kinerja yang baik dan menjadi solusi keuangan pilihan masyarakat, didukung dengan misi memberi layanan perbankan syariah yang berkualitas prima. Melalui kemudahan akses, inovasi produk dan sumber daya insani yang profesional, serta nilai tambah yang optimal bagi stakeholder. Dalam mendorong pertumbuhan perekonomian di daerah, terutama usaha kecil dan menengah. Dengan inovasi produk yang berkesinambungan dan berbagai layanan yang bekerja sama dengan Bank BJB selaku induk perusahaan, telah kami hadirkan untuk menunjang kebutuhan masyarakat Jawa Barat, DKI Jakarta, dan Banten. Seperti layanan call center 24 jam, kantor cabang, payment point, gerai syariah, serta jaringan ATM di wilayah DKI Jakarta, Banten, dan Jawa Barat. Adapun produk dan layanan penghimpunan dana yang kami sediakan antara lain Giro IB Maslahah, Tabungan IB Maslahah, Tabungan Haji IB Maslahah, Deposito IB Maslahah. Turut serta membangun generasi bangsa juga tujuan utama kami. Dengan adanya tabungan anak IB Maslahah dan simpanan pelajar atau Simple IB Maslahah. Bagi mereka yang membutuhkan modal membangun usaha, kami menyediakan produk pembiayaan produktif seperti investasi dan modal kerja. Dan untuk kebutuhan konsumtif sehari-hari, ada pembiayaan rumah, pembiayaan kendaraan bermotor, agun emas, serta pembiayaan serbaguna. Demi memenuhi kebutuhan perbankan bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat, kami terus meningkatkan pelayanan perbankan syariah yang komprehensif, mulai dari layanan PPOB atau Payment Point Online Bank, layanan produk jemput maslahah, layanan pembayaran tagihan listrik dan telepon, layanan clearing atau SKN, hingga surat referensi dan dukungan bank. Bank BJB Syariah senantiasa memberikan layanan sepenuh hati bagi para nasabah. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan penghargaan yang telah diraih. Atas pencapaian tersebut, kami juga tidak lupa untuk menjalankan tanggung jawab sosial kepada masyarakat. Oleh karena itu, kami akan terus memperluas jaringan yang maslahah dan amanah hingga sudut negeri. Sehingga di masa mendatang, dukungan dari kami akan mampu menjadi bagian dalam memperkokoh ekonomi bangsa. Bank BJB Syariah, Mitra Amanah, Usaha Maslahah.
Through providing various benefits by becoming Zakat Management Institution in Indonesia, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional Basnas is here to invigorate the love Zakat movement. Formed by the government based on the decree of the President of the Republic of Indonesia, number 8 of 2001, which has the task and function of collecting and distributing zakat, infak, and sadaqah at the national level. Basnas is spread throughout Indonesia and coordinates 34 provincial Basnas, 464 Regency and city-level Basnas, 91 Amil Zakat institution, and 140 zakat collecting units in various agencies. By bringing the spirit to become the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah, Basnas has received various awards as a form of public trust as an accountable institution, including ISO 9001-2050 every year since 2004. Audited with unqualified audit opinion since 2002. The award of intensity, consistency, and innovation in the response of COVID-19 from BNPB. The International Award of the Success in Realizing the SDGs of Global Good Governance in 2021. Best Business Transformation and Best Indonesia Customer Quality from SWA. By maintaining the spirit of zakat management based on Islamic law, trustworthiness, expediency, justice, legal certainty, integration, and accountability, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional distributes and utilizes according to Sharia to aid Asnaf and is summarized into 5 main sectors. Social, education, health, dakwah, and economy. By continuing to facilitate sharing access for all people, Basnas provided various payment channels to counter, mini market, transfer services, up to dozens of channels and digital wallets. Basnas continues to expand the benefit of various productive and effective programs that are based on the principles of safe Sharia, safe regulation, and safe for the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia. Together with Basnas, create a just and prosperous society all around Indonesia. Basnas, the leading institution to enhance the welfare of the Ummah.
Ini zakat aku yang terakhir lepas aku diberhentikan kerja. Mudah-mudahan ada rezeki aku lagi lepas ni.
Alhamdulillah, dengan bantuan zakat, pernikahan aku dapat diteruskan.
Mungkin kita tak sedar yang kehidupan kita sebenarnya saling memerlukan. Alhamdulillah, rezeki Allah itu luas.
Welcome to Rumah Zakat. We are the philanthropic organization that manages zakat, infak, sadaqah, waqf, and other humanitarian funds through a series of integrated programs in the fields of education, health, economy, and the environment to bring happiness to people in need. Together with you, we are working to build the village economy through the Empowerment Village program and also to help those affected by disasters through a series of humanitarian actions. With the spirit of World Digital Philanthropy, Zakat strives to expand its benefits so that more will be helped both in Indonesia and in the world. Thank you for being part of Rumah Zakat Big Family. We hope to continue this collaboration for happiness together.
Ucapan saya kepada pengeluar zakat sedang di sana, saya mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih dan terima kasih sangat-sangat kerana terus-menerus untuk membayar zakat di sana dan juga membantu pelajar-pelajar asnaf dan juga keluarga-keluarga yang fakir miskin di luar sana. Terima kasih
kepada pembayar zakat Selangor. Saya ucapkan terima kasih juga kerana hasil duit diorang ni saya boleh berdikari sendirilah. InsyaAllah saya akan jadi pembayar zakat juga.
Terima kasih atas dorongan, sokongan yang dibagi pada keluarga saya.
Saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih yang teramat sangat dan terima kasih juga pada yang menguruskan, yang membantu saya dalam permohonan bantuan zakat. Terima kasih sangat-sangat.
Mau hidupmu jadi lebih mudah dan juara? Ya pakai PosPay, platform digital keuangan dari PT Pos Indonesia. Bikin transaksi keuangan kamu lebih mudah, nyaman, dan gak pakai ribet. Banyak banget layanan keuangan digital yang dapat dinikmati. Mulai dari transaksi berbagai macam tagihan, transaksi QRIS, transfer dana rekening Giro Pos hingga 50 juta per hari, juga kirim wesel pos ke penerima yang gak punya rekening bank. Postpay dapat membantu nasabah untuk mendirikan bisnis, kantor pos mandiri, berupa Postpay Agen. Postpay juga menjangkau layanan kebutuhan para pekerja migran Indonesia untuk melakukan transaksi keuangan dari luar negeri loh. Postpay adalah solusi bagi pelaku bisnis konvensional dan syariah, wirausaha milenial, sampai UMKM. Jangan khawatir, bagi masyarakat yang tidak memiliki rekening bank, dengan Postpay, kamu bisa bertransaksi seperti layanan perbankan. Postpay, emang paling ngerti kamu.
Lahir di negeri yang kaya alam dan budayanya, menciptakan fundamental kuat bagi Bank Syariah Indonesia, selalu berperan aktif dalam pesatnya pembangunan dan bertumbuhnya ekonomi, dengan berbagai inovasi produk dan layanannya yang ramah. Membangun Indonesia, membangun manusia. Bank Syariah Indonesia.
Since 2007, World Zakat Forum, a place for every person in the world to collaborate to achieve social welfare through zakat. With 14 member states. And this year, we are back. Integration of zakat and waqf in alleviating poverty and increasing social welfare. Innovation of zakat and waqf program for economic recovery. Global benchmark for zakat and waqf operation. The future direction of World Zakat and Waqf Forum threatening global cooperation among member countries. World Zakat Forum 10th International Conference 2020, strengthening zakat and waqf synergy in the post-COVID-19 economic recovery.
Videos from the organizers and also from the supporters of the World Zakat Forum 10th International Conference and Annual Meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the next agenda, which is the announcement of the results of the annual meeting that has previously occurred. The announcement will be announced by the Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum, Dr. Zainul Bahar-Nur. To Dr. Zainul Bahar-Nur, you may have the floor. Once again, we would like to announce that now is the announcement of the World Zakat Forum 2021 annual meeting results. We would like to call for Dr. Zainul Bahar-Nur to come to the floor to read the announcements.
Yes, Mr. Arwa. Are you talking about the resolution that we'll announce now?
The Deputy Secretary General, Doctor.
Right. Currently, we will be announcing the logo for the World Zakat Forum and Waqf, and also for the Deputy Secretary Generals and for the Advisory Board. The first announcement will be on the logo for the World Zakat Forum. We are waiting for the committee to show the presentation.
Brother Arwa, please ask the Executive Secretary to explain about the new logo of World Zakat and Waqf Forum and the announcement about the decisions of the annual meeting.
Okay.
Please, Pak Irfan, if you can do it.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Zainul Bahar-Nur. Therefore, we would like to call upon for the Executive Secretary of the World Zakat Forum, Dr. Irfan Shauki-Beg, to come to the floor to explain about the new logo of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum and also announce the advisory board members and also the new Deputy Secretary Generals for the World Zakat Forum.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
On behalf of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum, I would like to inform you about the temporary logo of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. Why I said this is temporary? Because we are still also receiving comments and suggestion on the new version of the logo. So this is the temporary logo of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. If you look at the picture, yeah, I can explain like this. There is a globe which represent the scale of these institutions, which is a global institution, and the chat balloon represents a forum, yeah, where the forum, this is a place for us to discuss and exchange of ideas and experience on zakat and wakaf. And then the name of World Zakat and Wakaf Forum describes the name of the forum and also the mission, the main mission of this forum, which is mainstreaming zakat and wakaf at global level. And the color, the blue color, psychologically speaking, it is actually reflecting calmness, peaceful, and freshness. And also the light blue represent, responsibility and trust. And then the gray color reflect the professionalism, simple and modern, and also it is related with the responsibility, experience, and seriousness in managing zakat and wakaf. So this is the meaning of the logo, yeah, of the World Zakat and Wakaf Forum. And for the next one is on the name of advisory board and deputy secretary general. Yeah. For the advisory board, the annual meeting has come to the decision that we would like to propose Professor Murad Tizakca as additional member of the advisory board of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. And for the Deputy Secretary General, we have decided, the annual meeting has decided to appoint Brother Zainul Abidin Chaji. Sorry, this is the first one. Brother Zainul Abidin Chaji. He is the CEO of Awqaf South Africa. And then Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono, the Vice Chairman of the Indonesia Waqaf Board. And the other one is Professor Dr. Muhammad Ghazali. He is from Malaysia. We nominate him to be one of the Deputy Secretary General with condition with his acceptance on this nomination. Hopefully, he is willing to join us on board on the World Zakat and Waqaf Forum. That's for the announcement from the meeting from the annual meeting 2021. Thank you very much. And by that, I end my announcement. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to Secretary General, if you have any additional comment, Dr. Zainul.
No, my friend, just go ahead. You're waiting for the resolution time, actually. Yeah.
Of the World Zakat Forum and the new Deputy Secretary Generals for the World Zakat Forum 2021. We will now move on to our final plenary session of the day, which is the session which will discuss the future direction of World Zakat and Waqf Forum strengthening global cooperation among member countries, and will be moderated by Dr. Irfan Shawkibek. We would like to call for Dr. Irfan Shawkibek to come to the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nahmaduhu wa nusalli ala Rasulil Karim wa ba'd, and a very good afternoon in Jakarta and Kuala Lumpur time, and good morning and good day in other parts of the world. So finally we come to the last plenary session, in which we are going to discuss a very important issue, which is the future direction of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum, because the annual meeting today, we have approved the extension of the World Zakat Forum to Waqf sector and renamed the forum with Waqf. So it is now World Zakat and Waqf Forum. And inshallah, in this session, I'm going to invite the Deputy Secretary General of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. The first one is Brother Lawal Maidoki. Yeah, Brother Lawal Maidoki. He is the Deputy Secretary General of the World Zakat Forum. And then he will also be talking about the future direction from his perspective as the DSG. And I also would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Ayub Miyah, yeah, to share his thoughts on our future direction, yeah, and Dr. Saleh Ali Al-Waji. He is also, both of them are also Deputy Secretary General of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum, and also the new Deputy Secretary General, Brother Zainul Abidin Shaji, yeah, and also Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono. So let us begin our session by presentation from Brother Muhammad Lawal Maidoki. To Brother Lawal Maidoki, the stage is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. أما بعد، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Brother Irfan, are you going to share some of I'm going to share my slides and this as I'm presented, or should I just go ahead and make the presentations?
Yes, you can go ahead, and if you need to share your slide, that's also okay. You have 15 minutes.
Okay, but I would have preferred the slides being shared.
Okay.
That will help and facilitate, but notwithstanding, if the Secretariat can do that,
okay. Okay, please, from the committee. Okay, yes.
The topic of discussion is on the future direction of World Zakat and Waqf Forum in strengthening the global cooperation among member countries. This is after the decision of joining both Zakat and Waqf. In this discussion today, in my first slides, about 18 slides, I have tried to give us a brief history of the World Zakat Forum, which, alhamdulillah, you have adequately done it during your presentation. Other speakers also who have spoken earlier yesterday and today had indeed made significant contribution on the history of Zakat and Waqf, and probably the World Zakat Forum. I will first of all use this opportunity to thank the government of Indonesia, the business, and all our distinguished brothers and sisters in Indonesia who have developed faith in the Islamic solution to the world problem, in particular through Zakat and Waqf. Having said that, we also appreciate them for being host to the Secretariat of World Zakat Forum. In the same vein, I would like to appeal to His Excellency, the Deputy President of Indonesia, His Excellency, the Minister of Finance, and His Excellency, the Minister of Religious Affairs, and all stakeholders in Indonesia to continue to remain very good hosts and assist the World Zakat and Waqf Forum in growing to a greater height. It requires a lot of logistical and financial support for this mission and vision to be achieved. Secondly, I would like to suggest that there's a need for a higher level advocacy to the Muslim leaders, countries, and organizations for the new drive to be achieved. But notwithstanding, I would like to reaffirm and draw the attention of everyone in this forum that the Secretary General, the ES, Sister Yasmina Franca yesterday, and even of today, His Excellency Prof. Mustafa Soni, have made elaborate discussion on the significance of Zakat and Waqf. However, after all this introduction, I would like to remind us, just as Sister Yasmina did yesterday, Allah is great and Allah is the greatest. Trial comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for a purpose, either to clean our sins or to elevate us, or for other reasons best known to scholars and the Almighty Allah Himself. Therefore, we should not take the issue of COVID-19 beyond what it should be taken, or think there are other solutions better than the solution of going back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for His mercy and for His forgiveness, and for Him to wipe out all our fears. We should remember لإيلاف قريش إيلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف. Therefore, we should make tawbah, and then this is where Zakat and Waqf became more relevant, because Sadaqah in itself was halal, can wipe out tribulations, can wipe out afflictions, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is all-knowing and hearing. Your Excellencies, distinguished members of this forum, ladies and gentlemen, Zakat, Sadaqah, Waqf, Infaq are vital tools in the entire charity form, whether compulsory and optional, to make things change for the better in this world. We should not be overwhelmed, neither should we lose focus. I think here I would like to further mention that slides number 1, 2, 3, if you can go through, is discussing about the formation of World Zakat Forum, its objective, and of course, some achievements. I will therefore want from slides number 8 to discuss some of the achievements of Zakat and Waqf Forum, though has been mentioned by some speakers, but I believe there are other people who have not had the opportunity of joining us yesterday. But if the slides are shared, I believe you can go through it at a later time. But for today, I want to say this forum has achieved creation global awareness at the international arena about Zakat and, of course, to a large extent, the Waqf. It has provided platforms for the CAT institutions to identify themselves and collaborate. It is because of this forum I know so many good people. More than 99% of the people in this forum, I know them through World Zakat Forum activities. We have become friends and we shall remain friends, inshallah, forever till Jannah. So that is enough, also an achievement. It has also educated, sensitized, and mobilized Zakat practitioners across the globe. It is because of World Zakat Forum at my own end, I had the opportunity of visiting almost 10 West African countries and remind them of this noble responsibility of Zakat. This forum also has created networking among the Muslims organizations in the countries. This forum has provided avenue for us to meet and also to share experience. I have the opportunity of meeting our brothers in South Africa, our brothers in Indonesia, our brothers in Malaysia, just to mention but few on some of the giant strides we have made in propagating Zakat and Waqf as a tool for all the changes we need in economy, in peace, in love, and in attaining the rahmah of Allah. Distinguished brothers and sisters, this forum has assisted in revolutionary Zakat administration and management among member organizations. It has led to the inclusion of Zakat and Waqf as a tool for development, poverty alleviation, and unbiased distribution of wealth in our society. It has facilitated the production of Zakat core principles, the good amil, and the risk management document to be used by all stakeholders. Indeed, nothing goes without challenge. One of our greatest challenge in this forum, to my understanding, is the repositioning of the forum according to the international standard. In this year's forum, we have achieved bringing our brothers in the Waqf sector on board. I believe this is going to lead to more productivity and the efficiency and coordination of Zakat and Waqf affairs. There is the issue of lack of fund to create a robust secretariat standing on its own. Today, if our Secretary General is to travel to Jordan or to travel to Vietnam or to travel to any country in the course of Zakat and Waqf, the difficulty first is that of funding. Who will pay the air ticket, the accommodation of the secretary or the executive secretary or those who are assigned for that advocacy? Therefore, the Secretary General had made a proposal. I hope that proposal will come to limelight and necessary action will be taken to ensure that there's adequate fund in the Secretariat of World Zakat and Waqf Forum to coordinate the affairs of the Muslims or to assist in facilitating the course which we believe in. Therefore, I also want to re-appeal again to the Indonesian government to, as a matter of being brother's keeper, hosting the Secretariat of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum, to please extend more your hands of relation of brotherhood and support to this cause by providing, even on temporary basis, all that is required for the Secretariat of World Zakat and Waqf Forum to be vibrant and functioning. Distinguished brothers, Your Excellency, this forum has a challenge. Some of the speakers, some of the participants ask, it is not known by many Muslim countries, communities, due to non-activities of Zakat and Waqf in their respective countries. But I think we have a responsibility to make effort to reach out to them. especially the Arab and most African countries of the Muslim majority are still not on board. I want to observe that there are very low publicity of both the Zakat Forum and its activities. And there is also the issue of legality and some laws that may facilitate the activities of World Zakat and Waqf Forum in many countries. We need to work. Alhamdulillah, what Dr. Irfan at the ES presented yesterday is a welcome development, and I hope all will listen to it, see to it, and support it so that we will have that very important document to enhance our activities and, of course, our performance. Now, I want to take a very small seconds to say the Global Waqf Forum established in Malaysia under the leadership of Professor Ghazali, who is now one of the Deputy Secretary General proposed, with the Al-Madina University and UNIRAZAC, has been organizing intellectual discussion on Waqf. And Alhamdulillah, the 9th one has just been concluded. I would also want to mention that the forum organized or facilitated by Brother Zainul Abidin Chaji from Aukafsa, South Africa, has been very instrumental to intellectual discuss in the platform for those who are opportune to be on the platform. Nonetheless, I believe today that this forum, the forum which has been initiated, if assimilated or collaborated with Zakat and Waqf Forum, will definitely bring a fast understanding and application of all that we have agreed to be applied for Zakat and Waqf management. Using the social media and other platforms has been very instrumental by some of the Waqf organizations. Therefore, I would like to say, in the issue of strengthening global cooperation among member states on Zakat and Waqf, I have the following to say. Technology has made the world in the tips of human beings. As such, member countries of Zakat and Waqf must exploit opportunity that we have today, courtesy of digitalization all over the world. Therefore, this should include, but not limited to, learning from one another through main media and social media platforms, particularly in sharing experiences, discussion, conferences, seminars, and workshops by member organizations. There is a need indeed to exchange visits and study tour. I want to use this opportunity to say thank you once again to Basnas in Indonesia. Basnas has been very instrumental to the development of Zakat and Waqf in Sokoto State. And it led to my governor from Sokoto State visiting Basnas in Indonesia. It has been historic and turning point for the support of the government of Sokoto State to Zakat and Waqf activities. Today, Sokoto State Zakat and Endowment is one of the strongest Zakat and Endowment Commission in Nigeria, and to a large extent in the West African subcontinent. Therefore, Basnas is like almost a household name among the Zakat practitioners in Sokoto State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, joint research, especially in areas of common interest by member organizations, was of great importance. We now have a committee at the center, so it should extend its hands to all countries and all institutions of Zakat and Waqf. We also, it will help if all the organizations here can set aside some funds for global cooperation and making appropriate budget for the purpose. So that we visited South Africa, Sanza, to date, we took one of the most important program is the program of the old age. The program of the old age, which we learned from Sanza in South Africa, became so much interested to all in Sokoto State, including His Eminence the Sultan has to attend some of the old age program. And in fact, it brings a lot of, love, rahma, concern among the people who are taking care of the age. We didn't know this before, but when we went to South Africa, Sister Yasmina Franca and many others of her staff took us around and shed light more on some of these very important programs. I also want to suggest that neighbors, the institutions of Zakat and countries should collaborate with one another to organize joint programs. E.g., Malaysia and Thailand are very close. E.g., Ghana and Nigeria, despite Ghana is a little bit far, but Ghana and Nigeria have strong Zakat institutions, more than any other countries in the sub-Saharan Africa. And then there is also the need for global online meeting, which should now be established and made to be consistent on either quarterly basis or on annual basis, on biannual basis or on monthly basis as the case may be. And then I'm happy that at the meeting, which have just concluded, the online Zakat University is coming up and some other innovations that I so much welcome. Then the issue of online global newsletters on Zakat and Waqf should be consistent. We should have a monthly production of those newsletter for education of all, and all practitioners and other stakeholders should have a copy. There should be annual contribution to the center to coordinate Zakat and Waqf institutions in the world. And we must all work and advocate to the application of Zakat core principles, good amid, risk management in Zakat and Waqf administration and management coefficients. We should create worldwide platform for Zakat and Waqf issues that includes almost all media form. With what Brother Zainul Abidin, Brother Hasbi from Basnas have presented during the meeting, I believe something better is going to come in that direction. So for me to conclude, distinguished brothers and sisters, I would like to appeal that once again, there is a need for stronger Zakat institution to support the center, the headquarters, that is in person of His Excellency, Brother Zainul Bahar to drive this forum to a greater height in the next 2 years coming by making sure that all the necessary funds that is required to do what is doable within this period of time should be made available. And the capacity of the CAT institution differs. Some can contribute 100, but some can contribute very little, and some cannot even contribute. Therefore, a higher level advocacy is hereby suggested to Muslim leaders. Since now the forum is on the CAT and Waqf, many of the institutions, because of the IDB, some of the countries are having the presence of Waqf institution, because in joining the IDB support, you need sometimes to have some, Waqf laws, friendly Waqf laws. So some have made it in order to get those interventions from IDB or other bodies. What I am suggesting is that the Secretary should consider higher level advocacy pragmatically arranged so that we will, at the first instance, reach the most important stakeholders to help the World Zakat and Waqf Forum be well coordinated and have presence in almost all parts of the world, making the necessary intervention that will make Zakat and Waqf to be realized even by Muslims and non-Muslims as an alternative to present predicament. of poverty and other issues we are facing. We also like to suggest that a deliberate action to the Arab world should be made. If you look at participants in this program, speakers, very, very little of them are from the Arab world. I would like to say, if you can remember, Kuwait, they have a whole Wizaratul Awqaf. They have Baitul Zakat, and they have Amanatul Awqaf. This Waqf institutions has been doing very well. In Qatar, they are also doing very well. In Saudi, some of them are also doing very well. In Oman, in Bahrain, in many of these our Arab countries, including Egypt, where we have even one of the best Waqf university in the world. But their presence in the World Zakat and Waqf Forum are not very much felt. I therefore suggest that whoever can contribute, the Secretary General, His Excellency, should reach out to him or to her, so that together we can make them understand the importance of coming together for the sake of Allah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, Ta'awanu alal birri wa taqwa, wa la ta'awanu alal ithmi wal udwan. I rest my little presentation with apology of my inadequacies in the presentation. And I pray Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to reward each and every one of you for participation. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for your remarkable presentation on the future direction of our beloved forum. Thank you by that. And I would like also to invite another speaker, the second speaker, Dr. Muhammad Ayub Mia, who is also our Deputy Secretary General of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. Dr. Ayub Mia, the time and stage are yours. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. I don't know whether my PowerPoint presentation is available with the committee. I'm not sure. Okay, let me start. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. As-salatu as-salamu ala Rasulihil Kareem. Amma ba'd. Honorable Moderator, Honorable Secretary General, Deputy Secretary Generals, distinguished guests, speakers, participants from different parts of the world, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, it is indeed a great pleasure for me to attend the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. All praise be for Almighty Allah for His abundance of blessings on us, who are striving for reviving the glory of Zakat and Waqf system in human society. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all of our efforts and good deeds in this regard. Many thanks to the team of World Zakat Forum Secretariat under the leadership of the Secretary General, Professor Dr. Zainul Bahar and Executive Secretary Dr. Irfan Baig for successfully organizing the conference. Also, thanks for allowing me to speak. Brothers and sisters, World Zakat Forum has made significant progress in terms of its exposure in the international arena for performing extended and stronger role for accelerating Zakat movement for welfare of the Muslim Ummah. Organizing consecutive 10 international conferences is an evidence of progress and stability of an organization. The number of member countries of WZF has been growing rapidly, and UN bodies, some UN bodies and international organizations have shown mounting interest to promote the Islamic social financial system for facilitating the struggle for attaining the SDGs. May I recollect that WZF has been striving for establishment of a research institute, developing management standards for Zakat organizations, integration of Zakat and Waqf, cooperation with UN systems for attainment of SDGs, advocacy with Muslim policy makers and governments, formulating Zakat Performance Index, and the advocacy for easy transfer of Zakat fund to the more vulnerable areas of the world. By the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, WZF has already extended its arm with WZF Youth and WZF R&D forums. An excellent set of standard documents of Zakat management that include Zakat Quran principles, good Amil governance, Zakat risk management, and finally, World Zakat Performance Index have successfully adopted and launched, which would be very effective guidelines for all Zakat management organizations around the world. The integration of Zakat and Waqf organization under a single umbrella would also be a breakthrough initiative by WZF. In the emergence of high inequalities in the capitalistic society, global crises like COVID-19 pandemic, and digitalization of world affairs in the fourth industrial revolution, WZF needs to move forward with wider agenda for supporting the distressed humanity in different parts of the world with progressive policies and strategies. In order to carry forward the Zakat movement with organized Zakat and Awqaf movement with organizational spirit and definite objectives, WZF needs some pragmatic policies and appropriate strategies in the years to come. Brothers and sisters, hence I would like to put forward some observations, might be suggestions for strengthening global cooperation among WZF Muslim countries. Number one, dialogue with Islamic Development Bank and UN systems. As we know, almost half of the world's population is poor. Who lives on less than $2 a day. 20% of them less than $1. And 20% children in poor countries die before the age of 5 due to lack of food, medicine, treatment, immunization, and deadly diseases. The impact of COVID-19 has intensified this situation further. According to World Bank statistics, the number of poor people has been increased between 800 million to 950 million around the globe due to the current pandemic. The UN official website in 2020 has revealed the figure of poor people of 132 developing countries, that is about 2.7 billion. According to Islamic News Agency, 37% of the population of the Muslim countries is living below poverty line, that is almost 504 million people, which is equivalent to the ratio of 39% of the world's population. This vulnerable population need 199 billion per month to provide their basic needs for survival. In fact, automatically it needs more funds if it is multiplied for the years to come. Some survey conducted from secondary sources in 2019 projected the volume of potential of Zakat in the Muslim countries ranges from 300 to 400 billion. Some other agencies estimated it is about 600 billion. The figure will be enhanced significantly if the Waqf and other Islamic social finance are included. Unfortunately, the present global actual Zakat fund mobilization is not more than 10 billion. One source says, I am not sure about it. Obviously, the untapped resources are huge. This huge Islamic finance could be a panacea for reducing the curse of hunger and poverty. With this backdrop, Islamic Development Bank in 2016 submitted a report to the UN Secretary General, highlighting the great potential of Islamic social finance to help the challenges of poverty alleviation. It prompted the UN to search for ways to harness the potential of Islamic social finance, including Zakat and Waqf. As its follow-up, a series of dialogue on Islamic social finance and SDGs have been organized jointly by Islamic Development Bank and United Nations. After completion of dialogues by the end of the year, a roadmap will be prepared for exploring Islamic social finance for supporting programs of SDGs. Logically, some questions have been emerged as to what would be the mechanism for cooperation and dealing with UN and its agencies to deliver the Zakat funds to the deserving people of the world. How the compliance of Sharia principles would be ensured. Now we need to be clear regarding the stand of WZWF, and it would have been better if WZF could be engaged with the dialogue process a bit earlier. World Zakat Forum needs to move promptly, it's my feeling, for initiating dialogue with Islamic Development Bank and UN with a view to have exchange of opinion and figure out the role of WZF in the process. Number 2, survey of potential of Zakat and Waqf. I have mentioned some estimated figures of potential Zakat in the Muslim countries. However, the figures have not been validated or authenticated by any credible survey using primary data. WZF member organizations and governments, agencies should be urged to figure out the authentic statistics of untapped Zakat in their respective countries. I assume that the available statistics of Waqf asset is more reliable than the Zakat, as its legal obligation cannot be easily avoided. The countries where Zakat management is regulated by the government are in a better position to conduct the proper survey. WZF R&D may take some initiative to develop a framework and methodology for conducting survey for assessment of potential of Zakat resources, as well as the Waqf assets. Number 3, challenges of Zakat collection. If I am not wrong, no government or non-government organization has been successful yet to explore the full potential of Zakat. Mandatory Zakat regulation and efficient management system alone cannot ensure harnessing full potential of Zakat in a particular country. Without Zakat literacy and feeling of spiritual obligation, Zakat mobilization cannot be materialized fully. Besides, solution on differences of fiqh issues is also essential in the process of institutionalization of Zakat management. WZF and WZWF may take initiative to collaborate with the OIC Fiqh board in this regard. The modern fintech, including blockchain, crowdfunding, etc., are being discussed frequently for efficient collection of Zakat and Waqf management. WZWF may take specific steps to promote these technologies to its member countries. Number 4, challenges of Zakat disbursement. Removing hunger and alleviation of poverty is very crucial in terms of disbursement and utilization of Zakat. Drawing up a sustainable project profile is a very challenging job. In this regard, Center for Zakat Management, CZM in Bangladesh, in fact, my organization, follows a model developed by Islamic Development Bank, which suggests to provide food and basic needs supports to the unproductive households and equity capital and skill development training to the productive households for income generating activities. It brings impressive results after completion of 5-year project period. Nobel laureate Professor Yunus suggests to transfer funds to a group account with individual ownership rather than to a single person for effective utilization of the capital. CZM has become successful in this approach as well. I would like to propose to introduce a WZF award for successful Zakat-based project and as well as Waqf-based project. WZF R&D can develop some criteria for selecting the best practices. Besides, R&D should publish an international journal for convenience of sharing experience of best Zakat-based and Waqf-based projects. Brothers and sisters, in point 5, I would like to say something on the sharing best practices of Zakat and Waqf management. Alhamdulillah, many Zakat management organizations as well as Waqf organizations, the public and private sector are working worldwide. The performance of many of them are highly encouraging in terms of management efficiency and scholastic approaches. We need to share their experiences more frequently. More about the best management and regulatory practices found in the government, NGOs, and private sectors should also be explored and incorporated in managing Zakat and Waqf organizations. With a view to strengthen WZF-WF role, more government, Zakat, and Waqf organizations of the Muslim countries should be involved. In fact, Brother Maiduki a few minutes ago mentioned about some important Muslim countries who are successful in terms of Zakat management as well as Waqf management. However, World Zakat Forum may take initiatives to create directory of ZMOs and the Zakat management organizations and Waqf organizations work in different parts of the world. It will help organizations to learn the best practices and improve their management. And number 6, digitalization of Zakat management. There are two major constraints faced in Zakat distribution, which needs to be focused. One, that is inability to identify and validate the Zakat recipients in a transparent and convenient manner by Zakat or administrators. And number 2, distribution of Zakat without the recipient being physically present in the Zakat office. To overcome these two constraints in the Zakat distribution process, using the Internet of Things, IoT, a technology-based solution can be explored. It is also necessary that Zakat administrators use technology to complement their operations and also to formulate legal and regulatory frameworks to manage technology in relation to Zakat. WZF should also be actively present in all this social media that has also been pointed out by Brother Maiduki. And finally, policy advocacy among the Muslim countries. Surprisingly, a few countries in the Muslim world have been successful in preserving their Zakat management system from the prophetic era. But many Muslim countries are yet to adopt the golden treasure of Zakat and Waqf system in their economic systems. In recent years, some governments and Zakat management organizations have come forward to rediscover the glorious past of Zakat economy. Some are still in the backseat. WZF needs to strengthen advocacy with different Muslim governments for inclusion of Zakat and Waqf in their policy agenda and fiscal mechanism. And finally, I would like to thank Professor Zainul Bahar, the Deputy Secretary Generals, the Executive Secretary, Dr. Irfan Said Bey, officials of WZF Secretariat for their valuable contribution and for keeping the wheels of WZF moving even in the pandemic situation. I also welcome the new Secretary Generals for Waqf sector. I hope under the bold leadership of Secretary General and active role of the member organizations, we would be able to create a momentum to Zakat revival movement across the globe. We pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his blessings for achieving our common noble objectives. Many thanks for patient hearing. Jazakallah khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Ayub Niah, Deputy Secretary General of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum, for your remarkable presentation. Now I would like to invite the new Deputy Secretary General of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum to deliver their thoughts on the future direction of the forum. And I would like to give each of them 5 minutes to deliver their thoughts. So first, I would like to invite Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono. Are you still with us, Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Imam.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul min lisani yafqahu ma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, I very welcome WZF to integrate Waqf into it. This is an important and strategic step forward because the integration of Zakat and Waqf as one unit of the people's economic movement will have more powerful impact. I especially emphasize on the Waqf instrument. Since Waqf is included in the Ijtihad area, making Waqf an instrument that is flexible, effective, and up-to-date in responding to contemporary problems of the people problem. The practice of Waqf is recognized to be very diverse. This should not be used as contradictory or contradiction, but instead used as a step to enrich and modernize the practice of Waqf. We hope that in the future, our efforts to combine the power of Zakat and Waqf into a unified forum and discussion will be able to make the first step in making Islamic economics as a mainstream and a pillar on the return of the glory of Islamic civilization. I think this is my short opinion and remarks about the futures, our WZWF. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Imam Teguh Sabtono. And now we move to the other Deputy Secretary General representing Waqf sector. I would like to invite Brother Zainul Abidin Chaji, who is also the Chief Executive Officer of Awqaf South Africa. So to Brother Zainul, the time and stage are yours. Please.
Jazakallah khairan, barakallahu fiqh, Secretary General Brother Irfan Sheikh Baig, our Honorable Chairman of BASNAS and of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum, Zainul Bahar Noor, Doctor, and fellow participants and attendees of this wonderful conference. It's been a great honor and pleasure to be with you from yesterday, in fact, and to listen to all the presentations and very enlightening presentations. So with regard to future directions, I think, first of all, I would like to say that it's really very, very timely to actually bring both sectors of Zakah and Waqf together as two pillars of Islamic social finance. While both are very, very distinct in characteristics and in its perhaps ways in which one could utilize these systems that were introduced in Islam, one is compulsory, the other one is voluntary, but yet they're very, very important sectors. Waqf has played a major role in Islamic civilization over the past centuries in many, many different countries. Waqf spread like wildfire during the time of the Prophet ﷺ. It is also said that there wasn't a single Sahaba who had some wealth that didn't make a Waqf. So this goes to show how important the Waqf system was during the era of the Prophet ﷺ, and then how it spread throughout the world, especially in the Muslim world. So we really welcome the integration of both sectors, and we hope, inshallah, that this will be the beginning of a new era for the growth and development of both sectors worldwide. And with the support, of course, of the Indonesian government, and we know that Indonesia has been playing a leading role in developing the Sharia-based Islamic economy, and this is also evidenced by the annual Sharia economic festivals that Indonesia has, the development of Zakat core principles, the development of Waqf core principles, and all these were supported very, very, I would say, in a very unique way, that a central bank of any country would actually be supporting this. And Bank Indonesia has been probably, from the highest political levels and from the highest authorities of Indonesia that have been supporting this. So Indonesia, we are very, very proud of you, and we have great links between Indonesia and South Africa, and we hope that the resolutions of this conference will be implemented and that it will really be a blessing to the Ummah for now and for the future. May Allah grant success and help us implement the resolutions in an excellent way. Barakallahu Fiqh. I'm very happy to be part of this forum and part of the structure of the WZWF as I believe now it is actually transformed into World Zakah and Waqf Forum. So Jazakallah khairan once again to everyone and to all the officials of the World Zakah and Waqf Forum. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for your remarkable statement, Brother Zainul Abidin. And Alhamdulillah, we come to an end for this plenary session, and we have witnessed a very historical moment that today Zakat and Waqf are united in the same board, in the same global movement. Hopefully, this will give stronger impact to the welfare of the people, to the welfare of the Ummah, so that hopefully with this unification of Zakat and Awqaf, we can achieve betterment and a better future. So by that, I think I will end this plenary session, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shower us with his blessing and mercy. And thank you very much for your kind attention and appreciation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and back to Sister Arwa.
Thank you very much to Dr. Irfan for moderating the plenary session and to all of the speakers for their time. Before we continue, we would like to have a short photo session, which will be led by the committee. I will count to 3. Please, committee, take a picture of the Zoom meeting. 1, 2, 3. Brother Lawal, can you open your camera?
Please turn on the camera, Brother Lawal.
Photo session.
Okay.
Thank you, Brother Lawal. Allow me to count again to 3. Committee, please stand by. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter the final agenda of the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference, which is the reading of the World Zakat Forum resolution. This resolution will be read by Brother Zainul Abidin Kaji, the new Deputy Secretary General of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. To the new DSG, you may have the floor.
Jazakallah. Thank you very much. Let me just get my document up onto the screen. Can you all see the resolution?
Yes, we can see it, brother.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is the resolution of the 10th World Zakah Forum, which is now called the World Zakah and Waqf Forum. World Zakah Forum International Conference and Annual Meeting 2021, with the theme Strengthening Zakah and Waqf Synergy in the Post-COVID-19 Economic Recovery between the 4th and 5th of December 2021, corresponding also to the Islamic month, Islamic year of 1443. The World Zakah Forum, as an international platform of the Zakah movement, has a role in synergizing global Zakah stakeholders in improving the welfare of the Ummah and alleviating poverty. Therefore, with the mercy of Allah, the World Zakah Forum has conducted the 10th World Zakah Forum International Conference and Annual Meeting 2021 online on the 4th and 5th December 2021 under the theme of Strengthening Zakah and Waqf Synergy in the Post-COVID-19 Economic Recovery. This conference has discussed various current topics on global Zakah and Waqf development, particularly regarding the World Zakah Forum's response and activities in synergizing Zakah and Waqf for post-COVID-19 economic recovery. These points are regarded as the following. Number one, integration of Zakah and Waqf in alleviating poverty and increasing social welfare. Number two, innovation of Zakah and Waqf programs for economic recovery. Number three, global benchmark for Zakah and Waqf operations. And number four, the future direction of World Zakah and the Waqf Forum. Sorry, the future direction of the World Zakah and Waqf Forum. Strengthening global cooperation among member countries. This year's conference marks the establishment and conversion of the World Zakah Forum to the World Zakah and Waqf Forum as support in synergizing the global Zakah and Waqf movement. Based on the 2 days discussion, the World Zakah Forum notes with great concern the threat to human health, safety, and well-being caused by the coronavirus disease 2019, known also as COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to spread globally. The World Zakah Forum recognizes the unprecedented effects of the pandemic, including the severe disruption to societies and economies and the devastating impact on the livelihoods of people. It recognizes further the role of global Zakah and Waqf institutions in supporting the development of the global economic system in creating economic and social welfare as a response towards the economic recovery post-COVID-19. Moving on to number 4, the World Zakah Forum is fully aware towards the significance of collaboration and synergy of both global and local Zakah and Waqf institutions in managing social impact and economic measures and for a sustainable and inclusive recovery. It encourages all Zakah and Waqf institutions in WZF member countries that have achieved upper middle income, especially high income, to continuously increase their Zakah and Waqf collections in their respective countries to improve the welfare of the people in their respective countries and be able to provide Zakah and Waqf funding assistance to member countries that are still in a lower middle income level, especially those in the lower income level, in order to increase the income of people in these countries and achieve SDGs, that is the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly on goals number 1 and 2. It reaffirms its full commitment towards the conversion and establishment of the World Zakah Forum to be renamed as the World Zakah and Waqf Forum as a supporting initiative towards global Zakah and Waqf synergy. It authorizes the World Zakah and Waqf Forum Secretariat to further manage the administrative documents and actions necessary in legalizing and finalizing the establishment of the World Zakah and Waqf Forum Secretariat. It encourages all member states to collaborate and support the establishment of the World Zakah and Waqf Forum through strengthening and innovating Zakah and Waqf technology and programs. It calls upon all member countries to strengthen their collaboration with all strategic stakeholders to mitigate the socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic through optimization of Zakah and Waqf instruments. As the literacy level and socialization of Zakah and Waqf are still low, and the limited funding for SMEs, that is small and medium enterprises, to increase their income and contribute to economic growth in member countries and globally, therefore Basnas and BWI, that's Badan Waqf Indonesia, collaborate to launch a pilot project in establishing Zakah Waqf Online University and Waqf Bank in Indonesia. It further requests for the World Zakah and Waqf Research and Development Unit to implement the World Zakah Performance Indicators in 2022. It encourages relevant ministers in member countries to become advisors on the advisory board of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum to enhance the role of the forum in collaboration between Zakat and Waqf institutions as well as in global activities. It encourages all member countries to actively support the World Zakat performance indicators and requests the WZWF Research and Development to produce World Waqf Performance Index in 2022. The members of the forum have agreed to appoint the following members of the advisory board and deputy secretary generals representing the Waqf sector. In the advisory board, Professor Murat Sizachka has been nominated, and as deputy secretary generals, myself, that is Zainul Abidin, Dr. Imam Teguh Septono, and Dr. Muhammad Ghazali. The World Zakat Forum agrees to conduct the 11th World Zakat and Waqf Forum International Conference and Annual Meeting 2022 in London, the United Kingdom, and will be hosted by NZF, that's the National Zakat Foundation worldwide. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless our endeavors in upholding global Zakat and Waqf movement for a better future of the Ummah. Jazakallah khairan, barakallahu feek. Over to you, Brother Secretary General.
Thank you very much for Brother Zainul Abidin for reading the World Zakat and Waqf Forum Resolution 2021. Our next agenda will be the closing statement. Our next agenda will be the closing statement from the World Zakat and Waqf Forum Secretary General, Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur. To Dr. Zainul Bahar Nur, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All participants of this year's annual conference of World Zakat Forum, which has been extended formally and legally in the annual meeting about 1 hour ago, to be the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is really a pleasure for me that we at last will adjourn this international conference with really very good result, a successful interest conference. We thank you very much, and it is really an honor for all of us that the Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia opened the conference, and then also giving so many points to be done by all of us in each of our positions in this World Zakat and Waqf Forum. I have to thank you very much too, and to pay really a very high appreciation to all distinguished presenters. Almost all of the deputy treasurers have given their thought and also a very brief, good explanation about the positions of the World Zakat Forum and our World Zakat and Waqf Forum. And we have got so many points that given by them and also by the speakers, the distinguished presenters. I cannot repeat all of the points, but it's very interesting to note one of the points that given by Professor Dr. Kutub Mustafa Anu, that the professor wish that Indonesia will be the social finance hub in the world. I hope that it will happen in the next few years to come. Thank you very much also for the committee who has been really working very much, very hard, so we can attend this conference successfully. And
we have also received so many appreciations from the participants of this conference. I have to thank you very much also to the vice ministers who had delivered the speech as the keynote speakers in the day 1 and day 2 of this conference. In a very special occasion, in the annual meeting that we did have in the past few minutes, we have decided some very important points. One of the things is not only to extend the World Zakat Forum to be the World Zakat and Waqf Forum, but also we have decided the new Secretary Generals, Deputy Secretary Generals. I would like to welcome Brother Zainul Abidin and Brother Sabtono, and we'll have soon Professor Ghazali to be also the third new Deputy Secretary Generals. In the next meeting that we'll do it by January next year, we'll decide another Deputy Secretary Generals just to fix the number of the Deputy Secretary Generals on behalf of or representing the Waqf organizations globally. And then we will also decide the new programs that we'll do in the next 1 to 2 years until 2023. As Brother Sabtono said just now, that it's very important to note that because of the collaboration or the combining of the Zakat and Waqf activities by collecting funds and also distributing and empowering the funds of Zakat to alleviate the poverty. And then we will have also a huge funds, hopefully, from the Waqf side that will do a lot to assist small, medium enterprises of Ummah, especially, and also to reach a very beneficial investment in some projects for the prosperity of Ummah in each country and globally. By having Waqf inside this organization, so we know exactly that Waqf all over the world is really a very important thing to be strengthened. We have to reach the glory which has been achieved during Caliphate Umar bin Abdul Aziz and also during the Ottoman period, how the Waqf really had a very significant roles in developing the countries. So we wish that by having so many pieces of lands in each of Waqf organizations in each member countries, I would like to take an example like Badan Waqf Indonesia, which has land all over the countries of Indonesia, not less than 4 million square meters, and it is scattered in Indonesia in not less than 430 points area, which is going to be developed by Badan Waqf Indonesia, and also we'll try that the World Zakat and Waqf Forum will do something for that. What I would like to talk about this, that this make us possible to get Waqf land in a very center positions of the capital of each country members of World Zakat Forum. And then we try to get funds, and then we will establish a headquarter building in Jakarta and buildings in each members countries of this World Zakat and Waqf Forum. It would then make it possible for us, for these organizations, to not only strengthen the position and the activities, but also to assist each government and globally side by side with the budget of the country where the World Zakat and Waqf Forum exists, and then to assist the government in achieving the very significant economic growth. I would like to thank you very much once again to all of the participants And I would like also to invite everybody to participate in the next annual meeting and interest conference in London, for which I should thank you very much for our brother Azim, who will be the host of that internal conference. Thank you very much again. May Allah SWT bless all of the efforts that we have been doing so far. And by having together in one umbrella in World Zakat and Waqf Forum, the activities of Zakat and Waqf in this sense would then give a really significant and important contribution, not only in each country where the organizations exist, but also globally. We pray to Allah that whatever we plan, we'll realize it in the near future. Thanks so much. Please, best regard to your family, for everybody who is back home after this end of the interest conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Your Excellency.
For your closing statement. And we would like to once again congratulate all of the new members of the advisory board and the new deputy secretary generals of the World Zakat and Waqf Forum. Now, to continue with our next agenda, before the closing, we would like to once again announce that recently in Indonesia, there was a volcanic eruption in Semeru Mountain. So we would like to ask for everyone to pray for Semeru that happened in Indonesia. And for those who would like to donate, you may donate to the account number from Bank Syariah Indonesia with the account number 998-8888-190 in US dollars. With the SWIFT code BSM DID JA. And you may also donate through PayPal or through your credit card at paypal.me/BusinessIndonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue to the closing session of the closing ceremony for today. This will start with the recitation of a prayer from Dr. Muhammad Khairin. To Dr. Muhammad Khairin, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
أيها السادة والسيدات، في الختام لهذا البرنامج ندعو الله سبحانه وتعالى طمعا لمغفرة الله ورضوانه ورجاء بالقبول. الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين آمين آمين. وقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد ولك الشكر كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم ولعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل وسلم على عبدك ورسولك سيدنا محمد. وارض اللهم عن ساداتنا أبي بكر وعمر وعثمان وعلي وعن الصحابة وعن التابعين وتابعيهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم عافينا واعف عنا وارض عنا وأكرمنا واحفظنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم يا رب كل شيء بقدرتك على كل شيء بيدك على كل شيء ولا تسألنا عن كل شيء ولا تحاسبنا في كل شيء. اللهم يا ميسر كل عسير يسر عسيرنا يسر عسيرنا فإن تيسير كل عسير عليك يسير. Allahumma man la yahtaju ilal bayani wat tafsir, hajatuna ilaika kathir, hajatuna ilaika kathir, wa anta alimun biha wa basir, wa anta bil istijabati jadir, wa anta ala kulli syai'in qadir. Rabbi shrah lana sudurana, wa yassir lana umurana, wahlul uqdatan min alsinatina yafqahu aqwalana. Allahumma anta rabbi, la ilaha illa anta khalaqtani, wa ana abduka wa ana ala ahdika wa wa'dika mastata'tu. A'udzu bika min syarri ma sana'tu. Abu'u laka bi ni'matika alayya wa abu'u bi dhanbi faghfirli fa innahu la yaghfiru dzunuba illa anta. Allahumma ighfirli dhanbi kullahu, tiqqahu wa jillahu, awwalahu wa akhirahu, alaniyatahu wa sirrahu. Allahumma waffiq qiyadatana. Allahumma waffiq ru'asa'ana wa wuzara'ana wa ulama'ana wa ummahatina wa aba'ana. Allahumma waffiqhum fi tahqiqi masalihal ibadi wal bilad. Allahumma ij'al hadzal balada Indonesia baladan rakha'an mutmainnan rakha'an wa ala sa'iri biladil muslimin. Allahumma man arada bina wa bi daulatina wa bi ummatina wa bi mujtama'ina khaira fakun lahu aunan wa nasiran ya akramal akramin. Wa man arada bina wa bi daulatina wa bi ummatina wa bi mujtama'ina syarra farud syarrahu bi rahmatika ya jabbar ya hannan ya mannan ya dzal jalali wal ikram. Allahumma inni as'aluka dzurriyyatan thayyibah wa tu'inuni ala tarbiyatihim ya akramal akramin. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadza jam'an marhuman wa tafarruquna min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suman. Allahumma yassir lana umurana wa umura walidina wa umura asatidatina wa umura ummatina ma damatis samawati wal ard bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Sallallahu ala abdika wa rasulika sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam bi rahmatika ya akramal akramin. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bisirril Fatihah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Amin ya rabbal alamin. We have now officially reached the end of the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference. We would like to once again give a special thanks to our organizers, the World Zakat Forum, Badan Amil Zakat Nasional or Basnas, Badan Waqf Indonesia, Pusat Pungutan Zakat, Lembaga Zakat Selangor, and Rumah Zakat. Our event couldn't have been a success without the support from PT Pos Indonesia, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Paragon Group, CIMB Niaga Syariah, and Bank BJB Syariah. We would like to also give a special thanks for all the audience who have come and participated in the last day of the World Zakat Forum International Conference. We are grateful for your enthusiasm and hope to see you again on the next World Zakat Forum International Conference. I, Arafila Dita Rarasakta, apologize for any inconveniences during my time serving as the Master of Ceremony throughout this event. See you all on the next 11th World Zakat Forum International Conference in 2022. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the 10th World Zakat Forum International Conference 2021.
Okay. I truly believe synergy of Zakat and Waqf can bring back to the golden era. Zakat and Waqf, saya lihat seluruh COVID-19
alleviating hunger, poverty and inequality, promoting peace and protecting the environment, and are central to the core Islamic principles known as the Maqasid al-Sharia.
This story is often used by the Amal Zakat institution to encourage its target to Zaki to pay Zakat.
With the goal of improving the impacts of Islamic social finance, primary Zakat and Waqf on national and global level.
We have to collaborate with, between the government, the management part, and also the funds part of the integration.
Within those dimensions, we have identified several goals that can be utilized as the basis for us to construct the performance.
We
We are still fighting with the COVID-19 pandemic since March 2020.
This action is two very important components of the Islamic social finance ecosystem,
which follows on from that very nicely. We have the ability to distribute these.
Saya ingin menyampaikan apresiasi kepada World Zakat Forum yang terus aktif berkontribusi dalam kerja bersama dan berjamaah untuk menuntaskan berbagai pekerjaan rumah, terutama pasca COVID-19.
Recording stopped.
Assalamualaikum, Sister Arwa, Sister Ulfa. Thank you very much for